Good morning, everybody. So Redbook was kind of a miss. Well, at least end of December, Redbook was not nearly as good as I think people were expecting. Probably not a great sign for holiday shopping or consumer sentiment. But we'll see how ISM turns out in 17 minutes here. That's going to have probably far more impact today. But Redbook was a 5.6 over the same week in the prior year. Averaged 3.58 from 2005 to 2023. Hit a high of 21.9% in November of 2021. A low of negative 12.6% in May of 22. That's fucking irrelevant. Very, very slow retail recovery, though. Arguably, consumer spending is a bit worse than it was in 2022. All right, so what did I buy here? 47.25. Okay, that hedges off the upside. QQQ appears to be recovering pretty normally. Maybe even not outperforming, just kind of matching. Russell down pretty hard this morning. Fix futures up 2.8%. Dixie up 1.2. Top end of the yield curve pushing up even higher. USD JPY back above 143. Gold down. Huh. It might be another really good opportunity to go long gold over the next couple months here. Have you trademarked your patented VWAP hat? I know my lawyer filed something. You could find a probably like an LLC registered to a person that's not me. All right, so where does that put us right now? The majority of the positioning is slightly out of the money. We had a little bit of an uptick in vol. We've got probably support at 47.05. Then resistance all the way up at like 47.40. Sorry. You're seeing a fair amount of call selling going on and put selling. Swoldemort, welcome to Dillionaire. Great name. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. You think they push this into the straddles above us? Possibly. Yeah. The like 47.40 range. Yeah. The skew you're seeing is indicative of the insane number of puts being sold in order to suppress vol. It also makes it very difficult to buy puts in this part of the day. Because they smash the fucking spread on them. And if you have any kind of risk tolerance whatsoever, you get stopped out pretty quickly. Hey, Upstart's still shitting the bed a bit. I fucking hope so. I wish that stock would just go down already. It's taking such a long time to drop. Maybe just a little bit of covering it open, and we'll see it turn down. Or it'll. Is it still above gamma neutral? Hold on. I can't wait to go synthetic long on Upstart at $11 when everyone's selling it. If it gets back to $11. Last time it didn't do so well. Yeah, so it's below GN. GN's at 41.51. Delta neutral's at 34.27. So that moved up a little bit from yesterday. People getting excited, think shit's gonna bounce. Dealer gamma delta's been falling off though. Yeah, a little bit of call buying into the end of the day yesterday on Upstart. Odd. Do you have any day trades on this? No, so still gonna wait there. Okay, cool. So it did get the bounce on Netflix. Back to 271.62. Is that too high? No. No, that's about right. So I want to go... maybe on the cash account, I'll just pick up a put because I can't do spreads on here right now. Jan 19 at the money 470. Fuck, that's expensive. Oh, cool. Got the fill. All right. We all entered too early Netflix, huh? No, not necessarily. It looks like, I mean, Netflix bounced up this morning, retested gamma neutral. Looks like it's failing that test, so could be a good entry. No, Neo looks like shit today, man. I do think Neo will bounce back, and like longer term, I'm kind of bullish on it. Either as an acquisition or, independently with its own delivery numbers, but not right now. Patience. Right now it's getting the shit shorted out of it. That's on Fubo convertible notes news. What about it? I have no idea. You think I fucking pay attention? Is Fubo gonna get more illiquid? Or more liquid? It's down 4% today. I'd imagine the news isn't good. What do we got? Form 8K. Holders may convert their 2029 notes at the air option stance. They bear an interest rate of 7.5% a year per annum on the principal amount thereof. If interest is paid in cash, 10% per annum on the principal amount thereof is interest paid in kind. Similarly, Feb 15, August 15 of each year, beginning Feb 15, 2024, the note holders of record of the 2029 notes as the close of business immediately preceding Feb 1st and August 1st, respectively. The 2029 notes will mature Feb 15, 2029. They're going to release $205 million worth of them. Okay. It was 206,000 shares of common stock per $1,000 principal amount. Which initial conversion of approximately $3.83 per share. Okay. So a little bit of bond issuance at quite a high interest rate. Hey, maybe we'll go sign on my CSPs. Jesus fucking Christ, did this find some support already? Absolutely crushed under the fucking weight of these puts. Yeah, we might be kind of pinned to 47.20. Although if we get some upside, there's a bit of a ramp. Still a lot of put selling going on. However, I'm not sure that it outweighs the amount of call selling. Can only convert at 130% of that conversion price. So 20 trading days out of 30, around $5.08. All right. So we might see a big rush of dilution over the next month. That's awesome, though, right? Like if you want to get in lower, they need money. It's not cheap to start your own streaming service. Oh, I got stopped out. Ah, fuck me. All right, so a little more downside here still. It's going to be a choppy day. Choppy day. ISM data in 3 minutes. Second top on Netflix. Tested 473. I'm not too worried about that. All right, let's see what ISM looks like. Yep, fix 14. Tesla's losing 240. Where is the next support? 238 is what matters here, actually. And it's almost broken through it. Dealer delta flipped negative at the end of the day yesterday. So 230 under 239.60, and then the next support to the downside 233.32. After that 220. Quite a lot of call interest falling off yesterday too, so looks pretty bearish, and below 239.60 might actually be kind of bearish. Should I pick up another call here? I feel like I'm fucking making a big mistake with that. There's still plenty of downside. Yeah, we could, if ISM is bad, we could move down to 4,700. Barkin wasn't super dovish this morning. I'm a bear. SoFi murdered. I told you it was garbage a couple days ago. We recently launched a stream service, and it runs about 600 million to do 1 hour, 600 a minute to do 1 hour video daily. Is that 600 a minute or 600 million? Is it porn? Ah, here we go. ISM manufacturing reported 5.2 consensus. Ooh, ISM not good. New orders at 47.1 versus the prior 48.3. Manufacturing is 45.2 versus previous 49.9. Prices down 45.2 versus 47.7. Forecast, but 45.2 versus 49.9 total. Jolts a little softer, so bull case on Jolts. Maybe that's good enough. Should have kept my fucking call. Well, I guess I could have buy it back at like the same price. Netflix is going to push a little higher on that. Tesla bounce. So everything getting a little bit of a bounce there. Yeah, so slightly softer on the job openings. 3.47 versus the expected 3.61. Remember, that's what people want to see for the soft landing. I would say still excessively high, but or Jolt's job quits. Sorry, excessively low. But decent. I think that's decent. Openings 8.79. Sorry, that was the quits. Openings 8.79 versus 8.75. So still down a little over the prior month. We have FOMC minutes at 2 o'clock. But this should be bullish enough to push us up. Maybe towards... Fuck. I don't know. If we could break 47.20, it might be bullish enough to push us back to that like 735, 740 range. We'll see. 47.20 is kind of a wall. Zom and Baba ripping. Yeah, Zom should be doing pretty good. Whale up almost 3% today. This year, all news is bad. Opposite of last year. Slightly softer on job openings is kind of what bulls, exactly what bulls want to see, though. The ISM data is really kind of rough, but it's manufacturing still. Now, if we see contraction in services PMI, that's going to be bearish. Yep, I think that opens us up for a test of 47.35, maybe a little higher. If provided they keep pushing and they're able to break up through this resistance here, there's quite a lot of excuse me, resistance at 47.20. So we still need to like kind of break up a little bit, start filling into the gap, and then I think like 35 to 40 is possible on the upside here. Didn't you get a Secret Lab chair? I did have one. It fucking sucked. What an absolute piece of shit. I should note, I'm not sponsored by Secret Lab. And these opinions are my own. Do not buy one. All of its promises are a lie. It's an uncomfortable piece of shit. It's hard like a fucking rock, and it has like no lumbar support whatsoever. If you sit in your chair more than 2 hours a day, buy something else. Hard to believe they're not sponsoring you with an endorsement like that. I know. I keep reaching out to their sales team, but so far no luck. Yeah, Herman Miller or Steelcase. And I'm going to go with Steelcase because the headrests are awesome. And Herman Miller doesn't believe in them with their stupid Nordic design philosophy. Like, you need a headrest. It fucks up your posture. Fuck you, Herman Miller. I got a Steelcase. Embody? I don't know what the fuck this thing's called. Thunder Nose. Thunder Nose, the name of the chair. Envelope? Something like that. Hang in there, dude. They'll notice you and offer some sweet, sweet sponsor money soon enough when they hear how bullish you are on their product. Man, I hope so. Neck muscles are for bears. Fitting. How's Beyond liquidity? Not getting better. How's Beyond today, actually? Up a little bit. That doesn't actually surprise me too much. Interesting. Maybe they've run out. I don't get why people buy gamer chairs. There are a lot of videos that proves all of them come from the same sellers in China. An IKEA Marcus is only 169 euro. Yeah, but do you have to assemble it? Get the Atlas headrest for the Herman Miller. The combo is great. Yeah, I don't want to install things. Gesture? I think I have the gesture. I could take a look and tell you. I can't remember the name of it. It was like $1,800 or something. Yeah, it's the gesture. As someone, I mean, I sit in my chair probably like 10 hours a day off and on, and I would say, or 10, 12 hours a day. And it's arguably the best chair I've ever owned. Fucking allergies. No winter. Nothing dies. Get a bed and stream from the bed. Add sleep stream. Profit. See, I don't want to profit on that. You know? Fucking back to 47.20. Goddamn son of a bitch. Come on, Bulls, you worthless sacks of shit. Don't fucking move to a neutral point here. Yeah, sell all the puts. Holy shit, they're selling a lot of puts. ISM data was not good, but also manufacturing, so I'm not sure anyone actually gives a shit. Cat might have kind of a rough day. Actually, the market's been mostly supported by breadth, so it might matter. Yeah, cat down 2% right now. Let's see. Support. I still think bulls have some momentum that they can leverage. But how far are we going to pull back before they do? That's the question. Back to 47.15? That's not a good position to be in. Fuck, man, this market looks like dog shit. Why am I buying calls? Anyway. If they get stuck at 47.20, that's bearish going into minutes, right? Yes. Extremely. I mean, I don't know. If minutes were positive enough, I guess they could try to gap it up to where the majority of the call interest is, up at like 47.40 and higher. But I think they'll try to accomplish that still in the early part of the day. At least move closer to their neutral positioning. This is fucking terrible. So Tesla bounced back, retested gamma neutral, failed. Looks bad. Yeah. No. Well, not. Yeah. Well, 39. Tesla doesn't look so hot. Which is nice after it fucking kind of did okay yesterday. Support? Maybe? VIX 14. Let's see how far they let that go. Can they stop this? New low for the day. That's not exactly a good look. Close. Set a stop. 47 50. That's too close to the money. Yeah, 30. Fucking like almost right at delta neutral. If we just lose delta neutral on the monthly, this is, yeah, we're right at delta neutral right now. Big bear. This morning, what did I miss? Bad manufacturing data, slightly better than expected JOLTS data. So, sorry, slightly softer than expected JOLTS data. Ooh, getting so close. Yep, that's bearish. And they better turn this around. Nope. Okay. Well, that's not good for bulls. Gamma neutral on the monthly at 4,700. It's the next. That's the next level. $637 lots waiting at the bid. It has to bounce, right? I mean, does it? Puts are so much cheaper than calls. Losing delta neutral is very bad for the bullish positioning. Hmm. Right, so beyond pulled back from 787 back above 8. Tested 826. VIX up 6%. Ooh, nice. Upstart still rocketing down. XRT still moving down. Where's IWM? Is that getting just fucking hammered today? Yep. Of course Netflix is holding up. Still no reversal there. Although, possibly support here. $47.44. Have you taken a Tesla position today? Yeah. Could be bulls intentionally trying to lose gamma neutral to start stair stepping down like August and November. They don't want to fucking lose gamma neutral. It's not intentional. Believe me, it's not what they want to happen. Fubo CSP premium isn't very much. Selling Feb second, that's $2.50. Premium is only $7. Okay. 0.075. I like to own it, so I don't mind getting assigned. What can I do to up the premium? You could sell further out. Or in the money. I mean, you're not going to get a lot more premium out of it. It's a $2 stock, and the skew isn't really favoring puts right now. Did you enter XRT already? Yeah, that was what I talked about. I had an at the money position. I did pick up some 65s this morning for March, but not a ton of them. I just picked up like 10. No problem, Turkey. TLT big downs after reversal. I think so. Yeah, I think TLT is going to start going down. I'd wait till the Fed meeting before making any decisions on TLT, but it might be good to be positioned a little bit for the downside at least. You can roll that into something more substantial if you're right, and then if you're wrong, you fucking minimize your losses. Fubo to 250. The potential for dilution could see the price start to drop. Yeah, might encourage shorts to pressure liquidity a bit more, which is something they've been avoiding, frankly, for a little bit now. Fuck, this is kind of bearish. We rolled 205 million 2026 convertible notes to 177 million 2029 convertible notes. They took some dilution prospects away with a reduction in debts and moving out and increased the interest rate. They doubled the interest rate. That's reduced overall debt by 28.3 or 6.4% of total debt on the balance sheet. Okay. Well, I don't think issuance is gonna keep the shorts at bay, regardless of if it's a beneficial rollover. And yeah, I see. Regardless if it's a beneficial rollover in the debt or not, shorts are still they're gonna hop on that. They've been waiting for something to short it, right? Like they haven't tapped into the liquidity in fucking ages now. So if they pay it off by 2027, it's roughly the same cost to them. Well, then they better hit their path to profitability soon. But I mean, we can already see the shorts jumping in, right? I mean, even just today, liquidity is contracted. So it might be good for the long-term financial health of the company, but they're still going to short the fuck out of it. If we break 4,700, what sort of downside can we expect? Well, we caught a bounce, but it'd be pretty bad. I mean, we'd be looking at the next downside target would be 4,600. Maybe some support around 4,630. Beyond caught a little bit of a bid there. If I'm looking to trade this, should I have a position picked out right now or wait for direction? Looking to trade what? The SPX? Generally a good idea to have some sort of plan in place before you enter something. Gold miners versus gold. Which one do you think has greater returns? I wouldn't touch either one of them right now. I think financial conditions are going to tighten, and currency concerns are going to drop, and so we'll probably see gold trend down. But central banks are still buying it, so it may not trend down very aggressively. Good entry on beyond if no position yet. I'm thinking of maybe taking like a speculative position here. I'm not sure quite how much yet. I already have some synthetic longs, but I might start adding. What's intriguing to me is that they've already effectively stopped shorting as of yesterday, and liquidity is starting to trend back, which is quite bullish. Very, very similar to this setup, actually. Although maybe they squeezed a bit more liquidity out of it than they did back then. So like this, but even more heavily shorted. which could still mean that there's some new lows to be found. Although maybe not. Yeah, I might start taking some position here. Fab. No, there are no fucking March contracts, right? Stupid piece of shit. Okay, SPX trend is starting to reverse a little bit. They're building up some support at 4710, 4700. Although maybe not enough support. Still kind of bearish. 1 second, let me check something else. So if this fails the downside test again, it may keep dropping, but I would say that the support looks moderately bullish. Yeah, Beyond's catching a little bit of a bid. Maybe I don't need a lot of time. That's how many days? 16? As long as it goes in the money. It's probably too high. 11. All right. A little bit of exposure there. Any other thoughts after discovering the biggest short on vol yesterday, end of day? It's kind of crazy. The last time something vol got shorted that hard, you know, we flash crashed like within a week. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what the implications of it are. I don't think they're bullish, especially not with VIX back up and all of those short positions underwater the next day, right? Zero DTE calls are cheap. Oh wow, those moved up a lot. All right, that's a little bit of exposure on it. How's TUP doing? Well, kind of not a lot going on there. Yeah, TUP is really weird. There's like a lot of netting going on, but it's not. The price isn't changing. At least not much. That's got to pick up at some point. So the bulls failed to break 47.15. Beyond big fucking volume right here. 127,000. If ES drops 47.50, this is bearish finally. Yeah, it looks like the bid to the downside's pretty stacked too. Anything on Siri? No. Although its price hasn't really changed much over the last few days. I think the borrow rate's still absurd. If they're boofing top, they've boofed a lot. Yes, down 70 BPS today. MQ 85, YM 66. Russell down. Oil's now up 3.13%. Zom's still kind of moving. It's up almost 1% today. That's pretty good. I'm almost at break even on those. That was quick. This has been one of the best trading days I've ever had. Nice. How low do you think they can get Fubo? Oh, they could get it pretty low. 250, maybe lower. If they really short the fuck out of it, they might be able to get it down under 2 again. Top can just go bankrupt, though, can't it? Yes. Although they shouldn't, but they could, yeah. Beyond synthetic longs are paying nice credit. 2 calls per 1 put out of the money. Yeah, most of my position on Beyond synthetic longs. Looks like someone opened a synthetic long at 10 for next week on Beyond. 1,250 contracts. That's quite a bit. We're about to lose gamma neutral here. IWM's sitting on top of a pretty big gap. Yes. Yeah, it is. This is bearish. Oops, synthetic long? Yeah. So you sell a put, buy a call. Usually as far dated as you feasibly can, and this mimics a position in the underlying. So basically, you use the credit from selling the put to buy call side leverage. It's a lot better when they're not cash secured. If they're cash secured, it's not so great. Eat up margin really fast, but they're selling puts so hard. My puts are going down in value as the price tanks. Yep. I would suggest that it might be better to short other instruments. At least for right now, until they capitulate. Was I regarded for buying calls here? Here? Not if you have a stop. We can find support. Although I think support is more likely at 4,700 if we find any. If you bought calls here and then didn't close them, that's not a great idea. Because yeah, this could keep falling off. My Cubs are challenging me for manhood in the bear cave. Sounds like you got a lot going on. My Vega Tootlies are doing okie dokie. Yeah, they're starting to go up. Oh fuck, I forgot to update that last night. I don't know what Vega means, but it made sense to me. That's all that matters. Is Netflix gonna come down off its lofty perch? The fuck is this bullshit? Do they have like positive news today? No. Dude, Toyota US sales up 6.6%. Tesla trying to claw back a couple of bucks. Amazon and Google are up today. Microsoft, Amazon, Google, Netflix. Odd performance. Apple's down 1%. AMD's down 3%. Oof. Depot down 2%. Meta's kind of flat. Not a lot of support there. Tesla's deliveries are falling behind and underperforming BYD. Ooh, that's fun. Oh, by quite a bit, too. Does this drop deferred SLD? No. More downside for Upstart? I think so, yeah. I'm kind of waiting to see if it falls under gamma neutral or delta neutral. Bitch. It's getting kind of close. Delta neutral's at 34.27. But it's already below gamma neutral. Dealer gamma's slip negative, charms negative on it. Bought call interest has been falling off pretty steadily, so basically it's getting wrecked. But it's still very illiquid. It needs to drop like $1 more, and then if it does, the downside might accelerate. What's your PT for QQQ? Near term, not far term. Like, what do I think QQQ could hit today? Jan OPEX? Maybe like 383? Maybe. These 47.25 calls are cheap. Yeah. I'm not sure that we're gonna bounce here though. So there's nothing to there's nothing coming in to buy like to buy the dip, right? That's kind of the problem here. I'm so glad Kenny's back in the driving seat. Much more exciting. Yeah, how's GME doing? Just shit in the bed? It still needs to drop below delta neutral before it gets really bearish. Although, I'm up on my covered calls. Let's see. DN on GME's at like 1580, so it's getting close. Save us, Tom Lee, you're our only hope. The knife is falling and no one's catching it. Well, it's very sharp this time. The U.S. Postal Service, USPS, has announced the price increase for first-class mail forever stamp from 66 to 68 cents, which will take effect Jan 21st, 2024. Bulls racked. Were people bullish on forever stamps? What do you think is the likelihood of a retest of the all-time high, 4,800 by the end of the month? Listen, if we lose gamma neutral here on the monthly, our next most likely, like highest confidence test is going to be delta neutral, which is at 4,600. If we lose 4,600, I think we're going to go down like another like 3 to 5%. Where did the zero DTs end at for the put side today? Like 47.65, although that still seems very much out of reach, and I think support right now is still going to be primarily at 4,700, but it's early in the day. That can definitely change. 4,700 is like it's the big gamma neutral, so it's a big deal. Dixie erect, jeez. Dirk, it's like all of my Twitter 2024 financial predictions are coming true immediately, right? Like carry trades getting leaned back into, top end of the yield curves moving up. Dixie's up 133 basis points today. You need to stop doing that. What? What did I do? It would be stupid not to fight right now. They are. I'm, do you own any puts? They're fighting the fuck out of this. They're Dork. They're slamming the fucking the spreads on my like 45 DTE 4700s. God, I can't even see my phone. You guys ever turn the brightness so far down on your phone that it's not visible during the day? There we go. I almost lost it that time. I lost money on both of my put entries. Even if they were great, I'm done for the day. This is ridiculous. Yeah, if you buy puts outside of like a downside move, they get fucking obliterated. Yeah, I guess I'll try to go long here. God, they're expensive as fuck. Can we even get up to 47.20? I don't know if it's worth buying the call. They're too much money. My phone just does that on its own. It also likes to blind me late at night. Yeah, mine does that. Have you seen the Rick and Morty episode where they drop the lightsaber perfectly vertical? When will the SPX do that? Is there any scenario where the minutes are dovish? Not as dovish as the market currently has them priced, I don't think. I mean, don't get me wrong. Even if the market, even if like, so, this is kind of what we have happening, right? Is you had a bunch of Fed members. Actually, let me just pull up the dot plot. Give me a second. All right, so we go to the December meeting. We've got the projection materials. So we're kind of looking at this. We pop that over here. So here's like our Fed dot plot, right? Now, two members, well, three members voted for 1 to 0 cuts, right? Then the majority of members voted for 2 to 3. Okay? Well, 2 to 4. And then this fucking asshole voted for 5. Now, 4 of these guys no longer vote, right? So we're going to lose them. They're not going to be voting members anymore. The big devs. Which then leaves us with, well, at least this is the expectation. We don't know yet till we get the minutes, but that leaves the majority of members now voting between 2 and 3 cuts, right? And that's really skewed more favorably towards the 1 to 2 cut side, because we have these 3 guys up here that don't want to cut at all. And so basically right now the market's pricing in 6 cuts, which is a little more than this guy, right? Well, actually it is this guy. They're pricing in this guy. So, and we're going to see it shift to like 1 to 3 from a median of 2 to 4. Most likely. Depending on how they voted. For all we know, the 4 most hawkish Fed governors may have voted for more rate cuts, in which case the minutes wouldn't be so bad. But we'll have to see which way they voted, right? Yeah, non-voting people have dots, but they only care about the voting people. Like, the non-voting people's opinion is kind of irrelevant. I think uppies for a bit. Yeah, I agree. But where? That's my question. 715 and 20 or have a shitload of puts. So we really need to break to the upside of that. Maybe 25 if the bulls don't suck ass. Maybe. It's still too expensive to buy the calls, though. It's not even... I don't think it's worth grabbing the move. They're 380. Maybe it is. Just keep in mind this can get rejected at 15 and 20 on the way up. I haven't had time lately. I've been working on some other stuff. Go for food. As soon as I'm not working on that anymore, I'll start writing the morning DDs again, but right now I've been too busy. And puts went from being $708 out of the money to 715. Okay. That's not ridiculous at all. No problem, go for food. Would you be looking to add Tesla puts? Right now I have spreads open. I don't like that it's back above 38, but I'm okay. I guess I'm like, okay. It's actually a tough one. Give me a second. Where would I add more? Above where I entered this morning, I guess. It's tough. There's not a lot in this range. I guess if I can just get them cheaper, I'll add more spreads. I'm not adding long puts yet. And I'm not going to add long puts until it gets substantially under 239. But above 239, I guess I'm pretty comfortable adding to the debit spreads. So I entered this morning around like 244. Yeah, like 242 to 245. I'm pretty comfortable entering more debit spreads. They're shorting the absolute fuck out of VIX. They're trying to turn it around, but they tried this earlier and they failed really, really hard, right? So I'm not sure that this is going to be more successful. And there's a lot of resistance at 47.15 and 20 to the upside. So this could easily fail. Hmm. I know they are dark. Is this looking like an inverse head and shoulders? Yeah, it's a reversal. It's not. It's not really an inverse head and shoulders, but it's a reversal. Hmm. What am I looking for? Maybe thumbs recovering a bit here. XRT looks like garbage. Hmm. It's gonna fail sooner or later. I can't see SPX hitting 4,800 anytime soon. I agree. I could see us tapping 20 here. Should be neato. Maybe 26 again. Let's see if they short vol down one more time. Yeah, they're still selling a lot of puts. What's up, Popcorn? Netflix seems to have weathered the storm a bit here. How far above GN are puts no longer worth it? Well, it's fortunately not above GN right now. But were it to move back above GN, I think if it bounces back above like 75, I'd probably want to get out of it and wait to reposition. So I've decided to completely ignore my wife, my dog, my company, and my friends, and spend all of my time now browsing r/what is my cookie cutter. Understandable. The mystery is enticing. That advert just blew my eardrums out. Yeah, they tend to do that. I don't know why they don't modulate the volume on them more. How is Gustafian? Hope you're well, man. How you doing? Hartley. Oh shit. That's been a while, dude. My AMD puts are green. I made a whopping 32 cents. Oh wait, red again. Well, you tried. The things people come up with for the cookies is 99% dicks. That sounds like Reddit. Sounds like a fresh rabbit hole. I'll catch you all on the flip side with some new cookie cutter info. You can't look at the comment thread because then you're cheating. I think the volume bump for the ads is intentional. Look at this garbage. Buy it today. I see. That makes sense, I guess. There was a politician who ran on the sole platform of trying to prevent advertisers from increasing the volume too much compared to the actual content. I would make that person emperor. This bull flag fucking sucks. I mean, it sucks because it might just break down, right? Let's be like really honest about why it sucks. What if we just tickled 4720? I also have calls. So, yeah. The ghost of... Oh. Comment was a reminder of your silly southern whistle voice. Good times. Good to see you're still trekking along. You too, man. How you been? You out of GME? I don't know. Somewhere where it's not going to get on anybody. Grim too. What are these? What are what? Right, Glorple. I'm gonna start fasting again. Get too many holiday pounds. I'm gonna be asking lots of food questions. Oh, Jesus Christ. These cookie cutters, man. Green candle, dork. Green candles are my favorite when I have calls. That's reasonable. There's still a ton of resistance at 47.15, but maybe they really give it their all. Netflix caught in forever chop at VWAP. Probably not going to do anything exciting until later today. If the market bounces, we could see it retest today's high, maybe. I'm surprised it ran so much. A lot of put capitulation. I think NVIDIA's trying to drag SPY out of its hole all by itself. Big Gochu Energy, welcome to Tillionaire, man. Or welcome back to Tillionaire. Thank you so much, dude. Hit me up on the Discord if you need me to get you added to the country club. Big push up on move. That's not bullish. Anything you like CSPs for in this environment? No, not particularly. I don't selling CSPs into a downtrending market is usually a really bad idea. What's the best platform for trading SPX? IBKR. WeBull's pretty easy. Tasty Trade's not bad. I haven't fucked much with Thinkorswim since they switched over to Schwab, so I'm not really sure how that is right now, but probably fine. I can't tell if this is a Head and Shoulders or a bull flag about to break out. It's a bull flag that's trying very hard to break out. But ultimately may not be successful. Hmm. TS is the same? Okay. I use Tasty Trade. I love it. It's built for theta traders. Yeah, the complex orders on it are really good. $47.15 is Lady VWAP's Holy Resistance. It's a strong resistance. $47.20 is even stronger. I've noticed you never mentioned Hood when asked about the best platforms. Is it because you don't want people to use your favorite platform? Concerned Robinhood marketing manager. No, it's because I hate Robinhood. I think it's a shit platform. I set a BYND buy at 791 yesterday, and it filled this morning, so I've got that going for me, which is nice. Okay, well done. One day I'm going to get MM privileges so I can do a spread. Those aren't MM privileges, that's just margin. FYI, if you're PDT, IBKR will count both sides of the spread as one trade. Really? So you have to close the spread the same day you open it. You use 2 day trades? What the fuck? You gotta be kidding me. That's terrible. I sleep in one day, everyone loses their mind and dumps the SCX. That's why parents can't sleep, I guess. Kids go bonkers in the AM. Yeah, well, the data this morning wasn't particularly good. But it was good for my pets. Well, yeah. IBKR is impossible to trade under 25K with margin. I've never, I don't know, I've never tried. That sounds really terrible though. Can the cratering of the Chinese stock market be pushing inflows into the American market and adding fuel to these grinds up? No, no. The most of the investment in the Chinese market's been gone for like the last year, like the majority of it. There's not a lot of money left over there. These new minutes will include the new hawkish voting members. They're not new minutes; they're the old minutes. If you rewind the stream, I go over the whole thing. So we're seeing how the new voting members projected the dot plot today, and most of the new voting members are hawkish, big hawks. I want to make coffee. Want one? Yeah, please. I like Robinhood because it gives me little warnings and then confetti when I have an option expire $40 out of the money. Okay. Stupidest fucking shit. I mean, if it makes you feel any better, Dork, I had some calls at 360 and I got stopped out of them at 370. Can you say big hawks more times and slightly faster? No. FOMC voting member rotation, dot plot drawings, 10:57. There you go. So it was like 30 minutes ago. How many shots of espresso do you think is too much? I start to get jittery around like 16. Ha, here's your Ko-Fi. Oh, God damn it, I can't get a coffee with that. Thank you so much, Nuke. I appreciate it, man. I have headphones in. I can hear your PC fan when it's quiet. My PC fan? You can't hear my fucking PC fan. I'm sorry, $6 isn't enough? No, it's just I'm at home. How would I buy a coffee at home? I can go make one, I guess. Is $6 enough to encourage me to leave my options that are open right now? No. No, it's not. I kind of want to short SPY. I don't know why I want to short SPY, but I really do. I found Hot LLC. Like you said, the name on it isn't Gherk. Told you. Do you have any good book suggestions? I like to read when I ride my stationary bike to help pass the time. Oh, what am I reading right now? Nothing. Um. Hmm. Where's my little book list? Option and Volatility Pricing by Sheldon Nattenberg. Should be able to find a PDF of that because you're not going to find the actual book anywhere, I don't think. Will the minutes include the shut the fucking door dialogue? No, but the transcript from the presser might. The answer is always best loser wins. That's a good one. You know what's a fun one to read? Predictably Irrational. Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me. You're still in those calls? Man, I don't want to buy a call. I mean, I hear you. I actually kind of want to buy one now. Now that they did the big stop loss hunt. Maybe I'll wait a minute. Hmm. Ooh, that doesn't look so hot. Maybe I won't buy a call. Eat shit. Oh, come on. You're not like losing money right now. You're just not making any. Am I foolish to hang on to a call after the minutes are released? Well, it depends on the outcome of the minutes. Maybe not. Why couldn't you have pointed out the massive vol short 5 minutes before close of yesterday instead of after? What massive vol short? This? There wasn't actually that much volatility shorting into the end of the day yesterday. I mean, we bought 47.35 calls. Me and Dork both did. Isn't the vol short super overcrowded? Doesn't the market usually punish that? Yeah. Yeah, it usually does. Are they covering on GME? I don't think so. I think they're just shorting it. Do you think the dot plot has the potential to take us under 4,700 today? Yeah, probably. ISM services might be more important, but the dot plot definitely has some sway. He means the vol short from yesterday's end of day video. Oh, because fucking that's like on the weekly time frame. Usually want to wait till close to look at it. I mean, you can look at it intraday, but it spiked more at close. So what's their plan here? Keep shorting vol every day and watch their position go underwater every morning? Yeah, I mean, kind of like what happened from August to October, right? 28 minutes till chaos. What happens in 28 minutes? You should be able to borrow option and volatility pricing free through your local library. Even if they don't have it, they can get it for you through intra-library loan. Ooh, fancy. I've been trying to get. I think I spent like 3 years trying to get the copy from the New York Public Library. Not so easy, and buying the book is very difficult. But there's free PDFs of it online all over the place. Top Google result is a free PDF. Yeah. I think it's been out of print for quite some time. So Dumpy's on the horizon. How long can they suppress vol? We've been asking this question for a year now. So a while. Yeah. And the correlation between like vault VIX cash and VIX futures has been negative for 6 weeks now, 7 weeks. Ooh, nice, Gilgamesh. What the fuck is World Cat? Curious if you see a China-Taiwan conflict occurring. Not anytime soon. I think that's overblown, honestly. I'm gonna say that there's a certain side of the political fence that seems way more into China invading Taiwan. But I don't think that they would take on the geopolitical risk right now, especially not when they're trying to reignite their economy. And no, that's not the kind of war they want. Gork, happy new year. There's another 12 months of me hopefully not being a degenerate. Thanks for all you do. Thanks, Jeff. Congratulations on the first 12 months of not being a degenerate. Question about AMKBY. If there's shipping issues occurring in the world right now, shouldn't this drop the price? No, because they're charging more for shipping. Neat. Somehow missed that point up until last week. Oh, okay. Yeah, we've talked about it quite a bit. I think I have a few posts on Twitter about it, or at least one. It's the combined holdings of all participating libraries. They upload their collections and then borrow a loan between them all. It includes public and academic libraries. Ooh, fancy. So like a big library data inventory database. One second. All right. $4,700? No, but maybe not 4,720 either. Hmm. When real downs, I don't like that we stop every $5 on the way down. Bull's strong. Yeah, bulls aren't particularly strong right now. They're just trying to keep from getting fucked really, really hard. I wouldn't. I don't know. I wouldn't. Just wait till after the Fed meeting. Don't try to trade any of this shit, right? Or after the minutes. This is a fucking mess. That's the real answer. Just wait. We got another 2 hours and 15 minutes. Did you add to TLT in anticipation of FOMC today? No. Jan 19 enough theta for downs? Could be. I think we have the actual Fed meeting. What is it, on January? When the fuck is the Fed meeting? 20. Oh. January 30th. This is not until the end of this month. Actually, you know what? That doesn't seem so bad. Mm. No trading my SCX. Just speaking of the market in general, Breath saved it yesterday. Now it's like Amazon and Google. Yeah, but QQQ is not performing very well overall, right? So Amazon and Google are keeping things kind of stable, but they're far from saving anything. You really want to get puts on that? Why not just go like synth short, turd? IV's still kind of high. How did Kramer top tick Bitcoin so well? Is he Satoshi? Imagine. Are you ready for Baba MOASS? I mean, I'm still long Baba. Not entirely sure I want to be, but it's there nonetheless. Another day of BTU opening down $1 and then journeying back to 25. So far, I felt very comfortable in my covered call and CSP positions there. Netflix is calming down a bit. Yeah, just under gamma neutral. I mean, the trend on Netflix is pretty bearish. I expected a bit of a bounce today, but I could still see it closing red on the day. So what's our low? Like 465. So yeah, I could still see Netflix closing red on the day today. There's a small chance that we get kind of like an inverse or like an ascending head and shoulders here, but I think we're below gamma neutral, and we're not too far from falling back below where like the point where charm flips negative. And if that happens, like, Jesus fucking Christ, hold on. Okay, so yeah, if we I forgot one of my packages. If we fall back below 46 or 467.80, then I think we head towards start heading towards gamma neutral. Gamma neutrals or delta neutrals really far. It's down at like 420 something. So I think like a failed bounce and retest of gamma neutral is pretty bearish. $48.50 ES likely next week. No, I don't think so. What chart are you looking at? Are we looking at the same? I think he's saying 48.50 just because CPI is next week. All right. Seems excessive. Everyone already knows inflation's coming down. Yeah, you have to be a little more skittish with Nvidia now, or AMD now, because it is baby Nvidia. Definitely not like the safe short and long play that it used to be. Still a lot of money to be made on it, but far more risk. Yields are getting ass blasted. They're trying, trying to turn it around a bit. I said something in Discord about Disney's Steamboat Willie now being in the public domain. First thing JFresh said is we need porn of it. I'm sure someone's already beat him to it. I mean, I understand that inflation isn't actually down. But the CPI reports are gonna stay trimmed probably until May unless oil spikes. I said what I said. Hmm. Fuck you, Dole. Hey, UGI fucking is finally pulling back today. Interesting. Mm. Stuck between Charmadillo and that fucking put wall. Yeah, I know. I'm highly over leveraged into XRT. I mean, IWM's printing a lot faster, turd. If it makes you maybe rethink that allocation. I have a lot of puts on XRT right now too, but I guess not that many. But yeah, I think if you're shorting those two, like the less risky trade is XRT, but you're gonna make a lot more money off IWM. I made a stream card that's monetization friendly, but the spicy Steamboat Willie content is in my homework folders. Ooh, I think I saw that this morning. I don't want to. I don't know if I want to fight the mouse. How about chop for 2 more hours? More likely scenario? Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think we're probably pretty range bound here. Any thoughts on NGG? No. Decent yields. Give me a second. Their growth isn't particularly good. Margins are a bit of a problem. This is in the UK. I think you could probably find a better dividend somewhere, but it doesn't seem terrible. Their earnings are kind of in line with expectations. Payout ratios 26. Dividends gone down. Well, it went down in 2021. It's back up at 4.92. I guess there's some, sorry, a little bit of growth potential in the dividend there. Their debt doesn't seem too bad. Ooh, some problems with cash flow. Do you know what that? I would look into their cash flow situation there. Fucking hammered with taxes too. Um, Semi-annual reporting. Man, they haven't had fucking positive cash flow. Well, they had some in 2021 with the big energy increase, like the energy cost increase, but they've been negative cash flow almost like 4 fucking years now. I don't particularly like that. So no, I don't like it very much. At least an initial glance. I'd have to know more about their debt situation, what the fuck's going on with that. But that looks both like the dividend could be unsustainable, or at least unsustainable at its current levels. About 100 Feb XRT puts. Okay, you have more than me. I have March, but you have more than me. What fucking strike are you at? $71s. I have 72 Feb, and then 68 March. But I have like 100, 200 puts on IWM. Yesterday you mentioned you sell iron condors that yield 5-6% a month average. Some months they draw down. Do you have any resources on how to position, manage them? Yeah, out of the money. Hedge before they get blown up. Can I still buy XRT puts? It just slipped delta neutral this morning, so yes. Theoretically, you could. If this was 2023, it would have bounced to 47.40 by now. That's because at the end of 2023, we were above gamma neutral. We're currently only halfway. We're only above half of the gamma neutral now. Right now, we're sitting at DN on the SPXW. That's 47.12 is like right at delta neutral. If we fall below this, next stop down is GN 4700, and that's on the SPX chain, so the AM expiry. That's a big deal. If we lose 4700, it's woo boy. I mean, I just bought XRT because it's like a high confidence. It's usually not all that profitable, but it's generally a very high confidence trade. Especially, but you need dispersion to break down, and if dispersion doesn't break down, you can get fucked on it really quickly. So we want to see that, like, that index dispersion trade break down, vol move back into indexes, and then we'll see short vol moving pretty hard on the like small and mid caps that comprise XRT. And that's usually when you see XRT get driven down really hard. But we're not, the market, it doesn't seem like the market's quite sure if the dispersion trade's going to break down yet or not. We're close, very close, but not confirmed. Can we get a market crash if JPAC comes out today holding an actual hawk? Maybe. He doesn't. He doesn't speak today. But if he did speak, it would be in an emergency setting. And then, in that instance, if he were to be carrying a physical hawk, that could be pretty bearish. Japan needs to unleash an actual real life bear whenever he speaks. This way he gets his message across. What are your thoughts on the Taiwan election next week? What happens if the pro-China people get elected? I'm pretty sure there's like 0% chance of that happening, but that could definitely change the political dynamic in Southeast Asia. Gonna be real weird if they have a pro-Chinese government. New low on Netflix. Oh, did it finally slip? Hey, that's what I said it would do earlier. No, that's not a new low. We're fucking open today at like 465. This is just lower on Netflix. Oh, you piece of shit. What's going on there? Ew, more shorting. Hmm. I do want some exposure to stay, though. Yeah, I'll leave it for now. The Fed already this is just the minutes. It's not like a new meeting or a decision or anything like that. If Netflix puts go green, would you consider adding to your position? Yes. Hold on. So yeah, if Netflix falls below 445, I'd probably start adding like 440 and like 400 further out. If Netflix falls below 445, I'm going back to college. I bought a Netflix 472.50, 452.50 put, and a 465 put, all for Jan 19th. Does this position have a name? No. Sounds like you have a debit. It's kind of like a back spread, but shittier somehow. Did you sell the so you sold the 452.50 and bought a 465? All for the same date, huh? Wait that long before more leverage? It picked up a decent amount of leverage this morning. OG Netflix engineers were stellar. They pretty much pioneered modern day streaming and microservice architecture. Yeah. Yeah. Now they make reality content. So much reality content. No, I bought it. What do you mean you bought it? You bought the 450 250p? What? So you sold a bull put spread and bought a put? All bear positions. So you sold the 450. Okay, the 472.50 long, and then 452.50 short, and then long the 465, right? It has a name. It's called Silly. It's different. Is ES about to lose 47.50? Maybe. We're below delta neutral. Things could get hairy here. And VIX is turning out. Okay, fuck this stupid beyond position. I'll keep the 10s, but I'm not... God, they're so cheap. Who cares? Yeah, fuck it. We'll just hold on to it. How's Upstart doing? Going back down? Nice. Mm-hmm. IWM was a pickles pick? No. No, I've just been building up a short there. I mean, I guess we've probably talked about it a couple of times, but I've been building up a short there for like 2 weeks. Bulls on Discord say JPOW cutting rates. What mean? Hold my bags? I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. JPOW's not even speaking today. Did you refresh the AVGO options data? No. It's been dropping pretty rapidly and is approaching the 160, 1060, 1050 put leap OI. Yeah, I wanted to short it, but then I forgot to update the data and forgot to short it. Can't get them all. I love your indecisiveness on those beyond calls. It's the same as me, but you know what you're doing, and I don't. I mean, I want exposure in case something happens, and it's cheap, right? Like exposure's not very expensive, but they just shorted it really hard again. Pushed liquidity a little higher. So I'm thinking I wait to get exposure. I don't know. I'm gonna wait like a day or two and see what happens with it. If it starts running, then I'll keep them. But I don't want to hold on to them for too long because they're like 16 DTE. He still has my hawk. He's definitely not speaking. I don't really want to hold this call hedge until 2 p.m., but I know if I cut it, they're gonna fill the overnight gap. I don't know, man. Shit's even if the fucking meeting's like kind of dovish, I'm not sure that that changes the momentum here very much. QQQ new intraday low. Nice. Uh, the geese haven't started speaking to me directly yet, so I think I'm still lucid. Are you eating the fucking berries in the parking lot again, Squamps? Will the mystery stock be a pickles pick at some point? Yes? No, Gherk, my mush is jam free. Oh no. Can the perma pumper's position handle a loss of 4,700? I don't think so. Have we chopped in this 47.20, 50-ish range long enough? They've positioned for more downs. We're nowhere near 47.20 or 50. Yeah, Bears are a little better positioned today than they were yesterday. I guess maybe it was kind of hard for people to understand what I wrote last night, so I'll try to explain it a little more clearly. So yesterday morning we had a big drop, right? And all of the options interest on the chain that was prepared for any kind of drop or went in the money, right? There wasn't a lot there, but what was there went in the money almost immediately, right? And so what that does is that leaves you with an open where, positioning's not really more bearish to the downside, right? So you don't have anything dragging price back down. And so, eventually after repeated attempts, the in the money positioning started to take profits, right? We pulled back up and we tested, I think it was like 47.54, right? At which point we then failed again back below the GN level. Except this time, there's very little positioning here. So everything from that like test of 47.43 that we went on about yesterday down um had to come in, right? So we had to see And what we saw was we saw a lot of like zero DTE puts come in, and they drove prices, you know, down, down, down all the way to like 40. I think it was like 47.21. At which point those also capitulate because they're short dated, right? And now the who's like longer term hedge, is, you know, kind of stuck up here where the majority of longer dated interest is really skewed, right? Like they've kind of their positioning is like very overextended because these zero DTE puts drove price down, but there's no real demand down here, right? And so the market maker doesn't want to make the market here. They want to make the market here where they're neutral. And so, you know, because of the short dated nature of those positions, that makes the market maker want to hedge back to where they're neutral. And the momentum of that hedging drove it a little higher, but in after hours, you know, we pulled back right back down to that neutral point. And then today with new positioning, you know, we drove further down. And now that new positioning is more cemented. There's more options demand at this level. So the market maker is happy to continue making a market here between 4,700 and 4,720, right? And that's that mean reversion in short dated gamma. When the gamma pushes the market maker away from the delta, the market maker kind of wants to claw that back, right? Because they don't want to drop their long term hedge for some short dated bullshit. How much could we go up, assuming FOMC goes the bull's way? I don't really know if there's a bullish outcome to the FOMC minutes, or a bearish outcome to the FOMC minutes. It simply has to do with how many rate hikes are being priced in, which I don't think the FOMC minutes are in any way going to, especially since we already know the results of the dot plot, or in any way going to create more potential for rate hikes, right? So the outcome's kind of one-sided in that it could only drop the number of potential rate hikes for this year, right? So right now we're at 6. Even in the most dovish scenario, we're not going to go higher than 6, right? So we're kind of capped there. And then we could see, depending on, you know, how everyone voted, and if the new voting members of the Fed are more hawkish, which they are. They are hawks, all four of them. But you know, depending on how they voted, we could see this number trim. You know, we could see it trim to 5 or 4 or 3. We probably won't see it trim to 2, but you know, any one of these outcomes is possible. Cuts, sorry. I mean, there's nothing to rescue. There's just not that much positioning to the upside right now. The does want things where the most trading will occur, and that's why we're staying like right where we're at right now, right? We're not really overextended in any way. We're right where the wants to be, as far as, you know, getting as much as much options volume as they feasibly can. I would say that there's some argument that the market maker would want to be a little bit higher than we're at where we're at right now. And that's that's kind of why Dork wanted to get some calls, because there's probably a little bit more trading volume around 47, 20, 25 than there is down here. However, the puts are pulling it to the downside. So, the longer you stay in one range, the more the aggregate positioning is going to shift towards that range. MTC? What? What are you talking about? So why not buy puts before the meeting? You could. I mean, I have puts. Oh, it's a ticker? Oh, God. Garbage penny stocks with lots of volume. I'm not interested. This is a Chinese clearing broker. Oh, Jesus. I couldn't think of anything more potentially risky. And it looks like it's short squeezed at least 3 times in the past. And they did, is that a reverse split? A little bit of a reverse split there. Yeah, I don't want to touch that. So if we get downs, lose 4,700, we shouldn't be expecting a bounce since we're under GN and no calls above us to rescue. Generally speaking, yes. Our next target would then be delta neutral on the monthly chain, which is at 4,600. Hey, let's not tell anything garbage or penny stocks while the SPX is doing this nonsense. But it's down pretty relative to the expected move on the VIX, right? No, I don't think the SPX is behaving completely irrationally or anything right now. I don't know. I never traded Bobby Q. I had Bobby at one point when I sold it for a bunch of money. How fast could we get to 4,600? Depends on vol. Check you out. Well, some people kept holding it, hoping that Cohen would come and save them. Would that be worth focusing on? Using 4,700 as a confirmation of more downs to start buying puts with theta. Yeah, that's generally where you want to get puts with delta. That's where you want to start picking up your delta positions when we fall below gamma neutral. And then when we fall below delta neutral, that's when you want to get gamma. I thought Overstock bought Bobby. They just bought their like IP, like their imaging and shit. Had a meeting. Gotta go check out a house now. I got out because this market sucks. Fuck this market. Fuck all y'all. I love you. Love you too, Dork. Have fun. First off, what's a gamma? Well, don't chew it. Do you like bass? I'm actually sorry I distract. Bass or bass? Like sea bass? Hold on. I'll be right back. Oh, look, all the way back to 47.15 again. Exciting. Tup's still a gap fill at 150. I don't think that matters. Someone tell Netflix to calm the fuck down. Ooh, big bounce. Yeah, it's fine. Glorp went down. I don't know. We went down already. We are currently down. I made a sandwich and I've got some cheddar flavored whole grain chips. They're okay. Kind of tastes like a cheesy wheat thin. So delta puts with theta sub 4700, gamma puts with limited theta. If we start losing 4600, yeah, I mean, just that's what the institutions do. That's still fine. What's QQQ doing? That's not really recovering as much. Ooh, Meta's actually underperforming now. When Netflix tank hard, it's got some room to bounce around here. We'll see. I'm surprised it went up so much today anyway, but I think that I need to adjust my risk to my entry, which it's pretty close to. So if Netflix moves back above, I mean, right now it's above GN, but above 475, that could turn kind of bullish again. I think for the most part, we're just seeing shorts reposition after the massive drop yesterday. So I'm not really worried about it just yet, but we'll see. We'll kind of see how it ends up today. If we keep testing 75 though, we're gonna see a lot of short calls come in. Do we still think FICSI is going to do something positive in the first half of 2024? No way to know until the Fed meeting and the Bank of Japan meetings later this month. Thanks, Barely Bearish. Jacoto made this one today. Do you think we could test 47.20 before the minutes? It's $4 away. There's just a lot of resistance at 47.15. There's a lot of resistance at 47.20 too, but that's why we keep getting like shit canned on the upside here. Sometimes I like to buy a 0 DT, no stops, go take a shower. And when I get out, it's like a little, like an expensive scratch off. Just pure gambling adrenaline. What's your profit target for bear put spreads on SPX? It depends on how short dated they are. If they hit 50% and they have a lot of time to expiry, I'll usually close them. My Upstart cover calls are up 80-ish%. Thanks for teaching us how not to be poor. No problem, McConnerberry. I'm not really sure. Google's doing pretty well today. But Amazon's starting to fall off now. So Google and Microsoft and a little bit Netflix kind of supporting everything. I don't know how long they can keep doing that for. I could try to chew louder for you, Jonathan. Let me move the mic closer. Is that better? How's this? If you don't want to watch me eat, fuck off. Each crunch is a green candle. Lick that screen button. People with misophonia are affected emotionally by common sounds, usually those made by others.
Usually ones that other people don't pay attention to. Examples: breathing, yawning, or chewing create a flight or fight response that triggers anger and a desire to escape. You should get some help for that. I've been here since the perm. It's the only thing I've ever put in chat 3 times now. I'm here all fucking day. I'm gonna eat lunch. If you don't like it, just turn the stream off until I'm done eating lunch. Go do something else. Jerk off. I don't know. Thanks, little G-Wagon. I get some people have a sound trigger problems, but that's a you problem, not an everyone around you problem. I agree. I've been here for 2 years and still, you're already a member, Trash. Favorite thing to lean on: at 1, a wall; 2, a railing; a carry trade. Am I or am I not a G-Sib? Just use common courtesy and click mute on OBS, but then I can't say words into the microphone. Do you mute yourself when you're like out at lunch with people? Or do you just eat your food? What if you were at a restaurant and someone at the table next to you was like, "Excuse me, my safe space is being violated by you eating right now. I need you to stop." It's insane. Go see a psychologist. I hate it when people breathe, motherfuckers, using up what little oxygen we have. I love how no one can hear what I say coming out of the mic at all, but when I start eating, everyone's like, ah. Imagine breathing in my vicinity, Gork. People really complaining about you not muting while eating? What a bunch of weebs. Go back to Super Weenie Hut Jr. My Vega plays are dead. I only have until June. We got a little bit of a breakout here. Ironically, Netflix now failing. Look at that. All the way up to test 70, 47.25. Imagine asking the streamer to leave the stream rather than taking a break yourself. Here's a small donation to tomorrow's lunch, only if eaten on camera. It will be. Just like it is every day at will enjoyment. What do people do at family meals? Noise blocking headphones? People chew. You hear it your whole life. Just be glad it's not as loud as your own chewing in your head. Nothing's worse than trying to eat a meal with headphones on. This isn't a mukbang fetish stream. It is, actually. Man, these chips are really crunchy, too. It's not making it easier for those people. They're like shards of glass. My free membership chat is not legally fuckable. No, but it's almost not a toddler. Or is now a toddler? I can't stand listening to myself chew. So just slurp your food. In some cultures, making a lot of noise while you eat is considered complimentary to the chef. Wow, we've been struggling in our family with one of my kids having this issue. Thank you, Pickle Jar. Now that I have a name for it, maybe we can start helping my kid. I'm gonna be honest with you. Maybe not. We should get Sarge's the monster sandwich. I'm not eating that fucking thing. It's disgusting. Also, Sarge's is too far away. By the time it got here, it would just be 2 wet pieces of bread and a mound of meat. When my son was 2, he would literally num 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 while eating something he liked, and it was so cute. My grandma used to, like, anytime she ate anything decadent or indulgent, would, like, moan into the chewing. I fucking hated it so much. I've been wanting to go long shares upstart. With rate cuts likely in the second half of the year, is 12.15 entry still possible anymore? I mean, maybe in the event of a correction or if we don't get rate cuts. I just want to point out the difference between hearing stuff IRL versus doing everything directly into a mic and people hearing it directly into their ears if they're wearing headphones. Yes, I also would like to make the distinction between me caring and me not caring. And I'm going to go with the latter. Just a few more crunches, Gherk, and I can finish. Now I'm gonna mute the mic while I chew. Why? I don't want that guy to have that good of a time. All right, now I'm out of crunchy things. Gotta get some wired Apple earbuds and just start chewing on the built-in microphone. I mean, I'm a pretty spiteful person, but I don't think I'm that bad. And say ognog, nog, 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 nog when you do it. No one sounds like that when they're eating. Edge, I finished a long time ago. IWM looking good for a move up. No. Like it just intraday? All that crunching and only 106 likes. I'll have you know we have 252 likes. And only 30 people left the stream when I started eating. 30 out of 600. That's what point. That's 0.5%. Why would I care what 0.5% of the audience thinks? Why would I be accommodative towards them? Compounding gains. Yeah, but I've tried very hard since I started doing this to get rid of people, not to attract more. 30 people went to go get food too. It's 5%? Oh, it is 5%. You're right. 5%. I'm just thinking of the decimal. It's 0.05. But yeah, 5%. Kirk doesn't care what 100% of his audience thinks. I don't. I've gotten in fights with people about every politically inflammatory topic that there is, even ones where I have no skin in the game, just for the sake of pissing them off. By the way, for everybody that recently tuned back in, surprise cannoli. Thomas Sowell is a great economist. Is he the guy that wrote that book, Black Rednecks and White Liberals? Are you specifically telling us SPX can only go down from here? No, we should stay. I mean, I think we cleared the put wall pretty well here, so we should be able to just sit around like 47.20 for the next 45 minutes. Can you eat the cannoli a little saucier? No reason. The tube structure broke across the top. Otherwise, I guess I could jam my tongue into the creamy filling, but it just doesn't make sense to eat it that way, trash. He's the one black guy Republicans like. Kevin Hart? Wait, people like Kevin Hart? He used to be funny. He's kind of like Kevin Hart's kind of like Black Dane Cook to me. Like, he's really popular, but I don't understand why. Kevin Hart is funny when he's with The Rock, but that's because like your caveman brain is like, haha, big man, small man, funny. Dane Cook never did anything awesome, CDM. He burned out quick like Cat Williams. We're probably losing a fight to a 14-year-old too. Okay, Cat Williams did not burn out. Cat Williams is awesome. He will forever be funny. Kevin Hart doesn't know the difference between swagger and arrogance. I'm sure it's not easy being 5'1" or whatever he is. Doctors say I'm a medical marvel because I don't have a prefrontal cortex. Waiting wasn't awesome. Actually, everything but Dane Cook was awesome in that movie. I hung out with a chick who rocked a MAGA hat once. My black friends called me Ben Carson. I will goat you in my DMs. Jessica Alba in her prime was the absolute hottest. I'm not going to disagree with that. Wait, who needs a goat? Stop trying to pander your goats in chat, okay, Popcorn? You're not a licensed futures trader. You can't sell your commodities here. I'm so happy I'm not in a trade right now. I'm angry that I got stopped out of my calls earlier, but I also wouldn't have held them all the way to the bottom. So, and then I was making lunch when it started to run. I can see your chats. What is going? Why do you have this like constant struggle with YouTube, Dave? What are you trying to say behind the scenes that I never see? Why is it always left and right with Americans? We like polarization. You have to be either or. Forget having individual thoughts. You'll just get bagged up. Tribal exile. I hate both sides pretty equally, so. I'm holding puts that were optimistic yesterday. Interesting. And they didn't print today? Sure, Google, YouTube is terrible. It makes them a lot of money, though. I had to log in and out like 3 times. I hate this platform because it's fresh ads every login. You need to get a ad blocker or pay for YouTube Premium. Without polarization, where would the bears live? I'm guessing they would just move south and become slightly darker. I hate all the sides the most. The middle part is the best part of the brownie pan. Whoa. Hold on. Corners are the best part of the brownie pan. I will not give Google more money. Okay, that's fair. Rank your hate 1 to 3. Politics, dogs, pineapple pizza. Politics, pineapple pizza, then dogs. That's most to least. I'm all about individual thoughts. Then you've never lumped in when either side inevitably says or does something mortifying. No, I actually dislike individual thought, and I think most people probably aren't capable of it. And they shouldn't have that right. I know that's a lot, but maybe just don't let a large portion of people think for themselves. They're bad at it. I mean, I think we've got enough evidence at this point. Zom calls printing. Yeah, they are. That's why we need an IQ test for voting. I'm all for it. You're gonna fail, Bob. I think the founding fathers were completely wrong. I think we should have IQ tests for parenting. No cap. I don't know. Maybe just drug tests, right? I feel like parenting's not that hard. Just don't be a. It seems like most of the bad shit that happens to kids is because their parents are high all the time. You can't make me not think for myself. Now tell me what stocks to buy and when. Step 1, remove funding for education. Step 2, Republicans get elected. Well, first, that was a long process, right? First, it was, corporations get more money. Then it was Republicans get elected. The Republican Party has also changed pretty dramatically over the last 30 years. But the Democrats aren't doing anything either, right? Like, they're all paid by the same corporations to push the same narrative. They just push it in different ways. The worst stuff happens intentionally from people who do bad things. I just did say it about both. So why vote? I don't really like the system of voting. I'm not ready for election season, and yet here it is. What are you talking about? These politicians care, man. No, they don't. Fix all males at birth, and the only way to have children is to be able to afford the surgery to reverse it? Huh. No, because you could run into the issue where it couldn't be reversed, and that does happen. Yeah, that won't work. Also, what if we get socialized healthcare? I'm sorry, I tried. Am I shadow banned? What's up, Costellosaurus? Oh, did I get rid of anyone yet? God damn it. Why do people talking about edgy things like meritocracy? There's actually more of you. You should all be ashamed of yourselves. It's always funny to watch you guys choose between two old rich white people who share none of our common interests. That one rich black guy was refreshing, but it was a fluke. It's just because the opposing candidate looked like the Joker. Gherk, you just laughed at their dreams. I know. Gherk, one contract near the money or two further away from spot, generally speaking. Ooh, that depends on how much momentum you think the move is going to have. Usually one near the money, and then add to it as it moves into the money. Hey, it's past noon. Time to start drinking. Who said I stopped? No, I've really been trying to keep like a buzz going since New Year's. It's a problem. It's more exciting than this barcoding at 47.20. Well, if it's any consolation, we could also drop back to 47.15 again. What system do you propose? For what? I think we could fix the system we have. We would just have to do some very extreme things. Drink of choice? So far, gin. Hendrix? It goes well with my green tea. And some seltzer. Well, tonic with quinine. I'm used to being ashamed of myself. I still am, but having no pride makes it pretty palpable. Is the moon in retrograde? It needs to be to buy puts. We're a capitalist society, so voting everyone gets. So for voting, everyone gets one free vote, but you can buy as many additional as you want for $1. Well, that's already how it works. Oh, just buy the votes directly? Interesting. Put the money into the hands of the people instead of private SPACs. Super funds. You know what? I don't dislike it. And we could also track who's bribing who, right? Or well, voting for who. We'd have more data. Hendrix had a pretty good absinthe infused limited release a little while back. Tasted nice. Interesting. Do you get a tax write-off for bot votes? No. Oh, that's how we pay for socialized healthcare. Let the rich buy the votes, put the money into healthcare. We're gonna have so many more votes than we normally do. Somehow Elon becomes president. Yeah, and Tesla tanks the next day. Tesla drops 80%, and then Elon immediately becomes president. I'd sell my right to vote, but it's only $1, right? We've got to make the votes more expensive than that. AI dictator is the way. Probably, but we need it to be non-biased and think for itself. And that's not a real thing right now. You know, the real advantage of this would be that the rich would vote so heavily for their own interests that they would break the system. The poors would revolt and kill them all. But it would happen at a far more accelerated rate with less complacency built up over generations, right? Cost of votes increases exponentially. Ooh. That's pretty sweet. AI dictator? Well, not like Chat GPT. You get votes weighted on the amount of income tax you pay. No. We get a pretty solid case for accelerationism here. It's sort of like the pumpers selling too many puts. Ultimately, it falls in on itself. Yeah. When you incentivize greed, it becomes destructive faster. Amazon Prime website not working. Can't place Prime orders. I don't think that's a big deal. Have you tried refreshing the website? Isn't this the plot of The Purge? I don't know. I've never seen that movie. It looked dumb. Like the concept seemed cool, but I figured they would never be able to put that into a movie. Will there be political loot crates? Fancy knives? 2 extra votes? The system sounds awesome, right? TLT completed its gap fill. Time to go down. Too late. I full ported Amazon Pooties. Oh, god damn it. James Gorman. Basel 3 will be altered. By who? The whole world? The whole world's gonna agree to let American banks off? Here for the 3/5 compromise, but with pores this time. Morgan Stanley chairman. Oh, okay. Yeah, it won't be. Man, the banks are really pushing a lot of hopium that they won't have to increase the size of their deposits. Did you guys see that letter that Jamie Dimon wrote to the banking committee, the Senate banking committee? Oh, that was funny. It was like, please, 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 please don't make us deposit more money. We cannot hold reserves at that level. We have no depositors. Then when we fix the system, we can laugh at the part where we were all wage slaves and defunded the school system and let the rich people decide what to think. Haha, lol, what a meme. Am I right? Yeah, exactly. The school systems are already defunded to the point where they're almost ineffective, right? Like on a global scale, we have some of the worst education anywhere outside of like third world countries at the elementary level. That's not true. I think schooling used to be a lot better, or at least you learned a lot more. Maybe it wasn't better, but they're effective daycares so parents can stimulate the economy. Yeah. Feb 16, 10C on Beyond, a good entry. Maybe? Where else can you get in bulk childcare? But you paid taxes for it, so. I'm searching hard for jobs right now. Is anyone paying $50 an hour? McDonald's managers. You learned more when nuns could still beat you. Now kids are coddled too much. Maybe. You know, I don't like bullying because I was bullied a lot, but maybe we shouldn't get rid of it too much, you know? Because sometimes I see people and I'm like, they needed bullied more. Papa has become what he has always hated. It takes a village to raise a kid. I feel like too many people are like the internet has separated people from like the society around them too much. Like I was in Whole Foods the other day and there were these like 6 kids dancing in a fucking aisle. Why? Well, one of them was filming it, so I guess 5 kids were dancing, but not well either. And then one of them like threw a bag of chips. Just like, ah. Gherkin was bullied because he always played with hedges in school. I was bullied because I was 3 years younger than everyone else. It wasn't great. If by kids you mean 7-year-olds, then okay. If 13 plus, they were definitely like 15 years old. Did you tell them you're a YouTuber? No. They were the distraction while the seventh kid stole your wallet. Hmm. It's not child abuse, it's children abusing other children. At least better than every time I'm at a restaurant and there's a family with 4 kids next to me and they all have a tablet with a volume all the way up. Oh, I'm not saying this isn't also the parents' fault. It definitely is. Like, sticking a tablet in your child's hand and then never teaching them anything is probably a really bad way to raise children. I mean, they're distracted and they don't bother you, but you could have been the village Gherkin. Missed opportunity for future regrets. I'm not talking to other people's children. Child abuse squared. Why were you much younger than your peers in school? I skipped a grade, and then also I was born in November, so I started school early and skipped grades. From like I went from homeschooling back into high school, and then I was ahead or tested out ahead, and so moved up. Teach them to be stock gods. Imagine the compounding gains when you start at 5 years old. But it requires so much self-discipline that I feel like people dancing in the aisle of the Whole Foods may not have. Maybe they're just on the grind. Maybe I don't get it. I'm fucking old. So you're autistic? A lot of parents get pissy when they're told they have to do a better job parenting. Yeah, because that would be difficult. People don't like to be told to do difficult things. It would also mean admitting they were wrong, which is the second hardest thing for people to do. The shitty video results in them being picked up, and they become the next BSB slash InSync. You've disillusioned me, Mr. Smarty Pants. I was bullied by a kid that was 2 times my size back in 4th grade. One time on the playground, he started again, and I got a rock that didn't fit in my hand, and I threw it at him and hit him under the eye. Nice. After that, I was never bullied. Yeah, I mean, well, generally bullies are pussies, right? Like, if you fight back, they back down. Usually, not always. Sometimes you fight back and you get your ass fucking kicked. But that's a good lesson to learn, too. I was bullied a lot, but in their defense, I was super bullyable. Was it the beak? The bill? The deck bill? That's gotta be hard to grow up with. That lesson teaches you to be a good value investor. It teaches you to do your DD before committing to something. I feel like they ignored the bill and went for the eye patch just because kids are mean as fuck. It's true. I remember in middle school there was a kid who had like a he wasn't in my class, but he had like I don't know, some sort of spinal issue. And he had one of the little go-karts, right? And the other kids would flip him over. They would just run up to him and push his little go-kart over. And he'd be sprawled out on the floor and he couldn't move. And then none of the teachers wanted to touch him. I fucking hated those kids for doing that. That's terrible, but I did laugh when you said it. People in my school were more psychological, like bullying kids when their loved ones died. That actually happened in my high school after like 9/11. There were a few kids whose parents died in the towers. And I remember an undue number of people like making fun of them for not having parents anymore. And they'd be like, I still have one parent, and they'd be like, you don't have any parents. I'm not saying I'm a bully, but I did coin the nickname Scratch and Sniff for a particular classmate. Congratulations. How do you feel about it now? I feel like the most bullies grow up and they regret their bullying, but I don't think that's universally true. Making fun of kids not having parents is the most common joke ever. Yeah, I mean it's gone on since like orphanages were a thing, right? Like, haha, look at the orphan kids. Like that was in books. The Victorian era literature really likes to poke fun at orphans. I was bullied, then I bullied others. Now I regret it. Okay. Or they become cops. Well, yeah, but then everyone knows, right? I went to high school with a kid who was bullied constantly. He ended up murdering his parents. Jesus Christ. Well, that kind of is, but not the bullies? That must tell you something about his parents, right? If they were the first target. I mean, it could just tell you that the kid was mentally unstable, but I think a lot of people who are considered bullies now just thought they were funny and never physically did anything. Hmm. I was gonna type what TomTom typed, and then add that I eliminated hazing from my fraternity chapter, and that felt like reparations for my childhood. I bullied the teachers, so I got expelled from an elite school. Okay, interesting. When I lived in Philadelphia, the kids would make fun of other kids for their father being in jail. How do they find out? Did the kids bully him for not having parents anymore? It's so crazy. We used to walk up the street and see if our friends were outside, and now kids want to go viral and get likes. Weird world. Oh no, I'm old. Yep, that's how you know. When the disconnect between you and the generation after you becomes so wide that they just appear to be aliens, that's when you're old. I really didn't want to type that, but it needed to be typed. So someone had to do it. Reminder from yesterday, 2014 was 10 years ago. Here's another reminder. People born in 2003 can drink. I'm not okay with that. How do I veto it? You can change the drinking age. People born in 2003 or 11, you really need to get a new desk calendar, man. See, I feel like autism spectrum disorder, and I've read a bunch of papers on it, is just a cop out from the psychological community so that they no longer have to define individual mental problems, right? Because their entire field is already basically pseudoscience. And now they've just made it even easier, and that's because I think fewer and fewer people actually want to be psychologists. You're getting more and more people that just want to be counselors because the, well, student loans are expensive, right? It's a family of related comorbidities. Yeah. I don't like that though. I feel like they should be individually addressed and they may not all be the same. It's kind of like, it kind of reminds me of like when everyone started having ADD, and it's not that people didn't have like ADD or ADHD, right? It was just that it became overdiagnosed. I think the litany of GI issues might have to do with like the fact that we live in fairly sterile environments, right? That might actually have like some grounding. Like modern life is just vastly different. It fucks up our microbiomes, which we don't really understand enough about yet to say whether that's even true or not. But it's a far cry from us, like, you know, chewing fucking bark in the woods, wiping our asses with our hands. And not in a very long period of time, right? Like modern civilization on an evolutionary scale just hasn't existed for very long. Raw milk. Fuck off. It's almost like our grains being sprayed with folic acid, and 40% of the population not being able to digest it does something to the brain. Maybe. Yeah, the US does have more gastrointestinal issues than Europe. Swimming in the Hudson? I'm not really sure that's a natural way to inoculate oneself with extra bacteria. I hate how in Maryland, social workers function as mental health counselors a lot of the time, may not even have a psychology background. I think that's every state more and more. You mean like all the processed sugar that's in literally everything? Yeah, that's not great. It's all the chemtrails I've been huffing. Psychology is my undergrad degree. It's very useful here at the library. So you can judge people. Librarians are always super judgy. I believe it. I hope to get diagnosed with adult ADHD this weekend. Okay. Maybe the kids just need more Jesus. I'm gonna need a depression diagnosis if we don't break 4,700 this week. That felt like a joke when you read it, but I'm not joking. Okay. Hmm. What if you aren't? Like, is it just that you like think there's something wrong and you're hoping it's that? I mean, I know there's a lot of shit wrong with me, but I don't want to find out what any of it is. How do you feel about 112 4600p for 550? Ew. I can't hear you screeching about gastrointestinal issues over the eighth gastronomical wonder of the world, Chuck E. Cheese's. You always think I'm judging you when I'm not. Do you know a lot of librarians? Yeah, and they're all judgy, just like you. Hasn't everyone else found out that they probably had ADHD through Facebook videos that are extremely relatable? I don't think that's all right. Yeah. Honest question: can a pufferfish catch autism? I'm not a pufferfish. Chuck E. Cheese's, not Jesus. There's a place in the city that has a pizza called the Jesus Christ. It's not good, but it's there. Yep. 4 minutes to the minutes. It's made on a giant communion wafer. That would be funny, but no, it's not. Is it better to water your plants with rainwater or filtered water? I'm not sure. Does filtering water reduce the acidity in it? I guess it depends where you live. If you live near a large city or like a big smog area, it might be better to use the filtered water. How filtered are we talking? Like reverse osmosis or ran it through a Brita? What have I judged you on? Yesterday you were mocking my memorization of absurd topics. And then you're always sure to tell me when you're taking your headphones out. Should I have calls? Seems wrong. I don't know. I have a straddle on QQQ right now. That doesn't even feel right. We could probably see like a 25, 30 basis point move after the minutes. Although we may just like run up and pick up like call straddles and then fall back down again. Mocking, I was complimenting you. I tell you when I take them out because it makes you laugh and you like it. All right. Were you around for the Street Fighter analysis? It's right up your alley. Flashbacks of Bloom County's librarian character. I don't know what that is. Posted in Discord, of course. All right, let's see what's gonna happen here. Well, if we break 25 to the upside, bullish. If we fall through 47.10 to the downside, very bearish. Hey, welcome back, Dork. The minutes are out. That first candle wasn't as exciting as I expected it to be. Oops. Where the fuck are they? December 23. Are they not out yet? Refreshing. Hmm. All right, so staff economic outlook was broadly similar to the projection prepared for the previous meeting. Participants observed progress on inflation and had been uneven across components. Noted core services prices still rising at an elevated pace. Few participants suggested FOMC could face a trade-off between dual mandate goals in the period ahead. Those participants pointed the downside risks of the economy associated with an overly restrictive stance. A number of participants highlighted uncertainty around how long restrictive policy would need to be maintained. Members generally viewed addition of the word any to comments on possible additional firming as relaying their judgment that rates were likely at or near the peak of the cycle. Several participants suggested it would be appropriate to begin discussing technical factors about slowing balance sheet runoff well before such a decision was reached. Participants generally reaffirmed it would be appropriate for policy to remain restrictive until inflation was clearly moving down sustainably. Participants generally stressed importance of maintaining a careful and data-dependent approach. In predictions, almost all participants indicated their baseline implied a lower federal funds rate would be appropriate by the end of 2024. Several participants observed that circumstances might warrant keeping policy rate at the current level longer than they currently anticipate. Participants noted, however, outlooks were associated with unusually elevated uncertainty. So, I mean, kind of as hawkish as we expected it to be back in December. I don't think that amount of hawkishness was relayed by JPOW. What if that one vote down at like, here's my question. What if this one, like the one vote for 6 rate cuts? What if that was JPOW? So market doesn't know what to do. Oh, it knows what to do. This is not bullish. Cuck Pow, perma-bull JPOW, right? Like, I mean, we're talking about the guy who let inflation get to 8% before he even thought about raising rates. VIX is holding steady as ever. Can I rebuild the foundation of my house with the VIX? Possibly. I can never tell if JPOW is amazing at his job or completely incompetent. It's the latter. He's definitely completely incompetent. But that's what's so fun about the whole thing. Is he's just kind of there for the ride, you know? Well, we're below 47.10. I think that's also what makes him amazing at his job. Yeah, a bit. I mean, at least in the sense that his perception of things has to rely more on the data because he's not like an economist, right? So, you know, if you look at other eras of Fed policy, a lot of the times you get economists in the position of the Fed chair, like Yellen or Bernanke, and they like to philosophize a lot about what the Fed should do, and you know, it's really not an effective way to run a central bank. And you get a lot of really fucking weird policy out of those eras. And JPOW kind of doesn't know what he's doing, so he doesn't want to rock the boat too much. Um, and he just kind of relies on all the data that's given to him, right? And that actually almost makes him better because he's not taking like a biased interpretation of that data via like, you know, Keynesian theory or something like that. You know, he's just approaching it like an investment banker would data, right? Oh yeah, Janet Yellen's an economist. She's like a Yale economist, which are the worst kinds of economists. Greg, I did something. Did you buy calls? I'm really just zoomed in a lot here. But yeah, we did. We bounced back above gamma neutral. I'm not sure that's bullish, but yeah, I'm not really sure that that was a bullish move. Probably just like a lot of straddle puts taking profit all at once. It's kind of what it looks like. I bought TMV. You greedy fuck. Even if we broke through 4,700 today, I doubt we'd see the downside of 4,675. I just gotta have a grueling nothing burger interview for a startup. I think it was okay, but waiting game for feedback is the worst. You need tips to wait out jobs sideways action. You could try trading the SPX at 40 between 40. I mean, this is, I will say it's at least a challenge trading it between 47, 10, and 20 over and over and over again. JPM long puts in the money today? Unlikely. Netflix keeping it up or looking like a breakdown. Probably move with the indexes. We'll see where they go. What makes Ivy League economists so bad? It's not necessarily all Ivy League economists. It's particularly Yale. I find that Yale economics majors tend to not have enough mathematical background to actually understand or apply any of the modeling that they use to do their jobs. So yeah, I feel like their program, although they have fucking phenomenal faculty, I feel like their program's lacking in a lot of ways. It's a philosophy degree, even more so there than at maybe other major universities where they lean a little bit more heavily on the math component. Accurate assessment on Yale. I have a similar degree from a competing school. I know a lot of people that have gone through that program. If minutes hawkish, well, I know big down pickle daddy. Do puts cost same like shares? Just be patient. It's not like it's gonna crash the fucking market. There's still positions here, right? The fact that we didn't shoot up to 47.40 to clear out the call positioning on the other side of the strangle should tell you everything you need to know about how bearish the minutes are. there's macro and then there's the market. And in the market, positioning is still king. Leverage far outweighs any risk of news. And we're in the middle of two global conflicts, one of which is endangering the global global supply lines, right? The other, which is already endangered, several global supply lines. Um, we've got rampant inflation. Most of the world's diving into various forms of financial crisis or recession. China's deep in the second largest economy in the world is already deep in a financial crisis. You know, and markets are trading at all-time highs. So let's not make the assumption that macro is going to dramatically influence the market immediately, because that assumption will lose you money. That's priced in. So now only 5 rate cuts. The market must crash. That's a super bearish take on it all. Think of it this way. We could be in more than 2 major global conflicts, but we aren't bullish. Beyond just hanging in there somehow. I know, it's the only thing that's compelling about it. What you don't understand is that fewer rate cuts is also bullish. No, it's not. No, fewer rate cuts, we're going to see the top end of the yield curve move up. I mean, bonds largely have been in a short squeeze for a couple months, right? It's not even like ideation, right? It's provable, right? The short interest on US Treasuries has dropped almost 80% in the last 2 months. It's a short squeeze, right? That's about done. And you know, no one wanted to buy the fucking treasuries when they were at 5%. I'll tell you right now, nobody wants to fucking buy them when they're at 4 or 3.8. Andy Constant said ginger balls. We've won this game. I don't know who that is. Check DMs. What do you got, Zork? Yes, I know. I'm also excited about tightening financial conditions. Hmm. I think positioning is starting to turn a little bit more bearish, but we'll see. Right now things are just kind of breaking down and repositioning. But it does look like it's shaking out a little bit more on the bearish side. Yeah. Yeah. So I would say latter part of the day, maybe we see the test of 4,700. My only concern with that would be that we hold here at delta neutral. Like we definitely want to see a break of delta neutral to confirm that, but We've broken delta neutral a bunch of times today. It doesn't seem like that big of a stretch. And I'm sure delta neutral has also, drifted up throughout the day as well. So it may be like a little higher now. Like it was 47.12 this morning. It might be at like 15 or 18 now. I would say it's probably closer to 15. I want more upstart puts. What's wrong with me? I mean, they're performing really well. I only have spreads on it, but they are doing well. I got an email from Dobie saying they're doubling my subscription. Time to buy calls. Ouch. That might be a time to buy puts. That's a big hike for what is already a ridiculously expensive service. That's like a car payment. Yeah. It sounds like it's time to learn what is it? Begins with a G. GIMP. I only have spreads too. I'm up almost 200%. May try to get a leg for 35p. New image manipulation program. What even is a spread? It's when you buy an option and then sell an option. Popcorn trader. Well, that's a vertical spread. But they have a monopoly. Do they? I feel like there's a lot of competing software to what Adobe has to offer. They've just packaged it all up very well. And it's difficult to learn multiple platforms, so it's easier to stay in the Adobe ecosystem for most graphic design people. Yeah, DocuSign is a direct competitor until DocuSign gets bought out by them. Well, I just wanted to define the type of spread we were discussing, AJ. My Adobe subscription fell off the back of a truck. Craziest thing I've ever seen. I think there's good competitors to Photoshop. I don't think there's probably very many competitors to Adobe PDF. $4,700 today, or I quit stocks. We've got to break down from delta. Delta neutral is going to be tough. They don't want to lose that. That'd be very bearish. And losing gamma neutral on the monthly is also really bad. So both of these are going to be fairly strong resistances. Would you buy back into Docu under 45? No. No, I didn't want to last time, and then they got the I almost did, and then I decided against it. I think there's a little bit more competition in the space right now, and I expect their margins to contract a bit over this year. So I didn't want to buy back in at the low. Unfortunately, that meant that I missed out on the the buyout rumors that drove the price back up. Bluebeam is much better. I don't know what that is, but it sounds cool. Designers barely use Photoshop anymore. It's photo manipulation software, not design software. Designers are all on Figma now. And Adobe just got blocked from buying Figma. Shit. I'm down $20 on my Netflix put. Avenge me. I'm down $10 on my Netflix put. So I can't. I can't help you. PDF 24, Bluebeam, PDF Exchange. I don't care about these things. These sound like intern jobs. Figma? Same like Ligma? How's options flow? Erratic. Generally following big data dumps like this, you get a lot of repositioning. And overall, the chain is still very, very put heavy. That seems to be concentrating on either side of 47.10. Put walls at 15 and 20 still, and a larger amount of put interest at 4705, 4700 building. Some of that may be sold. I would say that there's a bit of a battle between the bought puts and the sold puts right now. I think I heard you say something along the lines of VIX is low right now. We should not expect too large of moves. Did I remember correctly? I mean, generally during periods where VIX is low, your expected move is lower, and so that incentivizes call selling or option selling. On the plus side, I failed to take any profits yesterday at close on Palantir puts, and now they're up another 30% today. Look at you go. How confident are you in Netflix 470p's for Jan 19? Should I risk my life? I don't know. It seemed like a moderately safe buy. Under 470 is below gamma neutral, so that usually encourages continued sell-offs. On the call side and deeper commitment to short vol, which drives prices down. So I think it's a fairly safe bet. But if it moved too far away from where it's currently trading, I would close it. Ooh, we just one candled over the put wall. There's still kind of a put wall at 47.25 too. I'm gonna pin to 20. Careful, because if and when this breakout gets rejected, it could get rejected pretty hard. This is probably futures buying, right? A little bit of futures buying back to resistance at 47.65. How much range does that have? Could test 47.75 at the peak here, which is ES or SPX, like 47.25, 47.30, depending on where it fails. And then let's see, is that's not really reversing momentum very much. Interesting. Okay, that's... Let me see. Where's the top of that? Okay, I just blew right through that. I think so. Yeah. So I'm looking at this. Yeah, like 47 72 50, 47 73, 72 75, I guess. Right back there, and then the chain is still really put heavy, so I think if this gets rejected, it's a pretty rapid drop from like 27. Do I want to bet on that though? Maybe it's too soon. Give it a little bit of time. Hmm. Hmm. Market's starting to look kind of crashy. Okay, top end of the yield curve is now down. This is too much too fast with no structural support. So where do we pull back to? 47.18-ish. Oh man, they're pricing up puts hard. Bear unsteepener. Good morning, John. A crash would give me the port to weather my job loss in 2 weeks. Is that more ironic or sardonic? Sardonic. No, puts did not capitulate. God damn it. Is this rescuing the calls? Few of them. Not really where most of them were positioned this morning, which was, significantly above 40. This morning, most of the call side interest was positioned like 47.40 to 47.65. And so far, none of that's gone back in the money, right? $4,700 is not off the table with that bounce. We still have an hour and a half till the end of the day. The question is if we see this turnaround with more momentum or not. That's still kind of up in the air. Look at TLT. Yeah, it doesn't look great. The dollar got rejected a little bit at resistance. And yields mostly came down with the rejection. But it's still at like 102.50. It's very close. Like it hasn't moved far off of the resistance, right? See? Oh, that's kind of hard to see. There you go. But now I'd say we start to see yields pump back up. And oil might start to move higher. Fuck, oil's up 3.5 or almost 3.5% today already. Dude, oil's been crazy lately. Where do you confirm the rejection? Below 20? I think below 20 is a good start. Below 15 is where it starts to get bearish again. Below 47.10, we start to fall under delta neutral. Below 4,700, we get the market maker selling into the downside on all contracts, right, across this full scope of their hedge. So it gets way more bearish then. But each of those levels, like 47.20 is pretty important on the 0DT side. 47.12 is pretty important on the weeklies, and then 4,700's pretty important across the board. I've been making big money on oil. Nice. Yeah, I've been doing pretty well. I haven't been trading a lot of futures, but I have a lot of long-term oil holdings. If there's a dead internet conspiracy, where most internet trafficking content is generated by bots, is there a dead market conspiracy for market makers and bots? Yeah, I mean, I guess you could argue that. Although the bots are just like algos are still participants. Realistically, if we test 4,700 today, that would be a result. It not looking feasible. Wait, what? Hmm. How are the minutes? Is it safe to say a rate cut is guaranteed this year? Maybe in the second half of this year, but no guarantees of a rate cut. Just the idea that one would probably be feasible into the latter part of this year, which is obviously not what the market wanted to hear. I've been rewatching CKY videos. Man, those were the days. Were they? I mean, they were days, but I don't know if they were the days. Are they starting to build out of the money calls? Would you hedge with any yet? I mean, I have some because I straddled the meeting, but no, I don't think I'd buy more. I don't really see a lot of call interest coming in. Mostly puts being sold and calls selling off. Anything fun with the FOMC minutes? I mean, far more hawkish than the market had speculated. There's definitely fewer governors leaning towards rate cuts in 2024 than there are leaning towards flat or very few cuts in 2024. Literally speaking, they were for Bam Margera. He's not looking too hot these days. Well, he's got drug and alcohol abuse problems. He's also a cunt. So that's basically all I heard is we have no idea how this is going to shake out, so we're going to err on the side of hawkish. Yeah. I like the idea that JPOW is the one saying, what? Wait, wait. Saying, why can't I vote for 12? Why can't I vote for 12 rate cuts? Any chance of more downs today? Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. I would like you to will them into existence. Give it a minute. Jesus Christ. It's 4730, the upper end of where the MM would like to chop. Actually, we're already kind of past where the MM would like to be. I think the MM would prefer to be at like 20, like 4720. But for now, this all still looks like repositioning. A little little bump in call side delta. I think calls are selling above 47.30. VIX could be double bottoming in a similar way to the SPX is double topping, right? How do you feel about Vietnamese coffee? Like that's the sweet shit? It's fucking gross. Do they have like a not sweet coffee? He's married to Missy Rothstein, who was super hot and kind of fits the rocker chick I was into during those years. Bam's wife never looked like a rocker chick. Or at least not like metal girls. Maybe like what do you define rock? Do you think that Blink 182 is a rock band? Clear evidence of inflation coming down was a pretty interesting thing. They also said clear evidence that core services inflation was not moderating. So that one was kind of contradictory. Yeah, I don't like that shit. I've had it. Taylor Swift is rock. Yeah, I feel like Bam Margera's wife looked like she listened to Three Doors Down. Dwayne The Rock Johnson is actually smooth jazz. One of my past interns thought Green Day was punk. I'll explain why he's no longer with you. There's only one true rock band, and that's Creed. Divorced Dad Rock. I do like Thai iced teas, but I don't like sugar in them. Tesla 230.20 by Friday? I mean, that'd be really cool. It could, yeah. That's not impossible. The problem is the breakdown's still gonna be like slow and choppy until it gets through that, like, until it breaks below 233. Barely able to keep it together. I don't think the MM's the one trying to keep shit together here, right? Or maybe I'm crazy, but I feel like they're just trying to close out the call side. Like all of the upside moves here are being met with like a lot of call selling, right? I don't know if they're short calls being sold or long calls being closed, but I don't think there's anything bullish going on at the peaks here. So I at least agree with that part. But yeah, the MM, I think the MM just wants it back down. Do you think Jan CPI will be a surprise? No, not really. I expect inflation to continue to not ease, but just stay flat. Like I don't think inflation's gonna go down a lot more from here forward. Like from here to May, I think we just stay pretty flat at like 0.1 or 0.2 month over month. Unless oil spikes or we get something weird, there might be still some residual shocks on core from the last spike in oil, but those should be starting to fade. You got it, Jen. Have a good one. The band CKY was pretty rock and roll, kind of Midwest rock. So also sadder because it's the Midwest. I don't really know that much about the band CKY. I mean, I knew their one song. Remember him? I thought all modern day rock originated in the Midwest. All the new rock did. Where was Korn from? Disturbed and Slipknot were both from the Midwest. So was Seether, right? Korn's from California. Oh, okay. Disturbed was from Canada? No. I thought they were like they like came out of Chicago. Hold on, I'm gonna check their Wikipedia. This is, yeah, Chicago. Korn's from Bakersfield, which is the same as the Midwest. Pretoria, South Africa. Huh. It's pretty Midwest too. There's more cows in Bakersfield than people. Ramstad's from Germany, right? Have you ever seen them live? It's fucking crazy shit. Nickelback's probably from like Connecticut or something. No, Alberta, Canada. so, so like kind of like Connecticut. System of a Down had to have come out of Glendale, right? It's the only place where there's enough Armenians to form a rock band. In Flames is from Norway. Sweden, right? System of a Down is Serbian, I believe. No. Soda's from Glendale. Yep, called it. That's the only place where there's enough Armenians to fucking form a metal band. Like I said. Damn, I nailed that one. Where's the band Kansas from? I don't know. Kansas? What's your outlook for SPX first half 2024? I think like if this continues, maybe we pull back to like 4,400, and then we'll see what happens at the like in March. I think we could walk our way down towards like 4,400 over the next, or we could even like move to 4,400, 4,450, and then bounce into early Feb, come down again like 4,300 late Feb, then I don't know, maybe like back to 44, 45 into March, and the March Fed decision, which is going to be really important. Kansas is out of Topeka, which is in Kansas. Creedence Clearwater Revival sounds like they'd be from the deep south, but they were Bay Area? Yeah, I think so. Like East Bay? I've never seen Muse live. We all know Hinder was peak culture. Later, Dork. Thanks for the crash. You know, Evanescence is from Arkansas. Little Rock, I think. But Amy Lee was from California. I forgot all about Hinder. So did I. Didn't they only have like one album though? The Fed doesn't talk. They just released their minutes from the December meeting today. Amy Lee's voice will forever haunt my sweetest dreams. Amy Lee was another one who started as a Christian act, then used it to transition to pop like Katy Perry. No, no. She was like, I think she was like a pianist or something growing up. And then got into like a bunch of super fucking emo bands in like her teenage years. So Zom tends to be Zom tends to react more to crude prices than Oxy does. But yeah, also larger notional moves. Actually, it's a toss up between Zom, Valero, and Chevron. Those three tend to react more strongly with large moves in crude. You could play XLE too, but I find that underperforms playing the individual tickers. So usually when I go long crude, I'll go long some combination of like Zom, Chevron, and Valero. Avril Lavigne is still hot and ageless. I heard Jessica Alba is Albanian. I thought she was like half Mexican and then like half Europe, like European. I thought she was half dark and half angel. Gian is a good place to straddle because the price is pushed above or below. Does it act as support where the price can settle? Yeah, it can. Although reactions to tests of gamma neutral and delta neutral tend to be more violent. Is there a secret beyond DD for Dillies? No? I don't think so. Do you have any anecdotes for your rock band discussion? I'm just gonna job in absence. Amy and Ben Moody met in a high school summer musical camp. Oh god, that's gonna start the whole thing. But then she would be named Jessica Mexa or Jessica Ura. Oh, Jesus Christ. Her name's Jessica Marie Alba. She's from Pomona, California. What was the deal with the Seven Nations? I think they were brother Jack. They were brother and sister. They weren't a couple. They were just. Isn't Alba worth $1 billion? Something like that. Yeah, she's worth a shitload of money because of the. She sells diapers or something. Organic diapers. Were they a couple? I thought they were like brother and sister. No? Oh shit. I never knew that. She and Jack publicly portrayed themselves as siblings originally. Oh, fuck. That's super weird. Why did they do that? Okay, so interesting. Maybe, well, I guess that's why I thought they were siblings. Don't forget about your SPX put. It needs a stop. Oh, it's like dead, isn't it? Oh, fuck. It's up. I'm not gonna stop that. That was 80 cents, man. I'm riding that. I'm riding that to the moon. All right, things are starting to get a little more bearish here. We'll probably find a tiny bit of support here at here just above delta neutral. But a breakdown below this is that opens up the test of 4,700. How about your same put for 75 cents? Checkmate Pickle Man. I have a few of them, but I bought at 60 cents. So, although my average cost is like closer to 80. How many do you have? You can have the win. I don't care. Do you see Beyond going to $7 before potential gains? If Beyond breaks below 750, I'm gonna buy the fuck out of it. Let me be very clear on that. Especially if it's still on Reg Show. I really should have bought that 4,700 for 25 cents. They're not doing too badly right now. Okay, so we should be just at DN right here. Ooh, IWM right off a cliff. Nice. XRT also off a cliff. Yeah, that's the good stuff. If you buy the fuck out of Beyond, how many DT are you thinking? I don't know, I'll just get like 90 or something. I feel like in those situations, it's always better just to have as much theta as possible. Especially once it starts running and you start scaling out. Because it can take a while for it to like peak, right? I don't know, we're getting close to the end of the day. It may not be so much wheelchair ramp down. God damn it. Yeah, pretty decent amount of put interest building at 4705, 4700. A lot of the put interest that was there earlier. Call interest has fallen off pretty significantly across all of the strikes. Mm, interesting. I sold for profits and I'm letting the last put ride. Good to start the year. Been profitable every day. Nice. Keep it up. Anything surprising in the minutes? Not so much surprising as it was, far more hawkish than what was portrayed in the presser and at the last meeting. And that's in line with the Fed governor's speeches since the FOMC meeting too, right? There haven't been a lot of them, but the ones that we have had have been very hawkish. Odds they can snap this back. That doesn't seem to be the direction this is going now. I think the snapback we saw, right? Like I think that big futures push and the kind of double grab at the top was the snapback. Now, as far as this accelerating downward, that would need more put buying, which we aren't seeing substantially yet. I should have bought more IWM. Is it too late to add here? So my IWM target is, hold on. My IWM target was 195 and then 192. And so IWM's right now down below gamma neutral. A break of 192. And then I'm gonna target 183. So I mean I bought like 6 months of theta on these, so I have a while. I mean I think ultimately a full pullback to like the 175, 166 level isn't out of the question. Hey, Gaff, did you read my 2024 projections? I want to know what you think from the fixed income side. I value your opinion.
Oh, that was hard to say.
It did hurt. It hurt a little. But I mean it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said it. I have a stop question for you. Do you set wide-ish stops on long positions or positions like beyond to limit downside risk? Or do you just manage manually? It depends on how much theta I have. Usually I have a cutoff. The beyond shit I'm leaving open today because I want to see if it runs tomorrow. Idea 2024 prediction bingo cards. Who has global economic collapse? I don't. Thanks for telling us to be patient before. I held my puts to profit. Nice, dude. Well done. You bought two DTE $10? No. They're Jan 19s. But if I'm kind of undecided on how much liquidity is left on Beyond. It kind of looked like they were tapped out earlier today, and then they pushed it back a little harder. So I'm wondering if we get a period where they kind of try to like, you know, do the hot potato thing with the liquidity like they do on GME. I don't know if that's possible with it still being on Reg Show. Kirk, I was patient and now my calls are expiring worthless. Where can I find said predictions? I think it's on my Twitter. Hold on. I can just DM you it. When mod, so I can say perfectly reasonable things without getting shadow banned and also timeout dork. See, if you'd not said timeout dork, I would have made you a moderator on the spot. That's a goddamn lie, and you know it. It's not. Happy to have sold my straddle puts at the first test of 4709. Fair. I think this could still potentially go lower into the end of the day, especially if the put buyers get a bit more aggressive. I don't want to say anything crazy, like we could test 4685, but maybe. Guac, it's time. Make me a mod. Why? Don't do that. Don't give me hope. You mean hope for your 80-cent put? Was Beyond ripping sideways bullish? It is, yeah. Damn, Upstart got hammered. Is Upstart below gamma neutral or delta neutral? Oh, it's so close. I have a lot of Upstart short leverage. No offense to anybody who's long Upstart. Oh god, 34.27. Let's fucking do it. 34.27 and then down to 18. Oh, don't bounce. Fucking prick. Top 240k candle. Bullish? That's a big candle. It's not a lot of money, but it's a big candle. Also, Gherk, I'm leveraged to the tits on Upstart puts. Gherk puts on Upstart are dangerous. I mean, yeah. If we hit 34.27 on Upstart, am I allowed to double down? I don't care what you do, Thunder. Oh, don't you dare reverse. Go right back the other way. No. What is this? Fucking 47.54 on ES? Why can't we just break? Just keep going down. There's no reason to go up here. If I friended you on Discord, it's because I misclicked decline. Yeah, well, 47.12 is delta neutral for the SPXW chain. I think this bounce is short-lived. I think it's fake. It's just there to hype up the bulls. And get them to throw more of their money at the market maker that doesn't love them anymore. Think about holding one DTE puts overnight if we don't get a move on SPY today. Could the downside play out in after hours PM? Sure. I think we have more data tomorrow, though. What do we have tomorrow? I think we might have kind of important data tomorrow. We have Kaisen services and composite Kaishin services and composite PMI for China tonight. We have some PMIs out of England. We have ADP and Challenger tomorrow. Jobless claims, and then we have services PMI. S&P services PMI tomorrow, which is kind of a big deal. So we do have more data tomorrow, but generally that's going to mean that we move. We're probably going to see like a mean reversion into close, depending on how low we drop here, or we could just settle at 4,700 and everyone could set up neutral positioning there. Alternatively, we could bounce back towards like the delta neutral. So say we drop, maybe close, but like drop here, test 4,700, but maybe close at like 4,710. Does beyond borrow fee rising have any significance? Yes. My market maker went to get cigarettes and never returned. Okay. Okay, I think you nailed the two most likely scenarios here, which, and this hurts to say, is exactly what I would expect from someone with such a solid grasp on the macro mechanics at hand. Yes. That's what I thought. I thought it was pretty awesome, but I just wanted to double check. Thanks, Gav. What's something tinfoily that you're on the fence about market-wise? I don't know. Off the top of my head. I think the soft landing narrative is strictly there to dry up excess liquidity, and that the Fed's not going to let Yellen treat them like their bitch, like her bitch. Can you pinpoint where I sold my puts? It's less than 1 minute ago. I'm gonna go with here. That's like 5 minutes ago, though. You know, you'd think after a year of trading 0 GTs on SPX, AJ, you would have learned to set a slightly wider stop. Kenny's half Albanian and half lizard. Long term, how low do you see SPX going? I think we get a 20, somewhere between a 20 and 50% correction this year. And I think a lot of that has to do with how the macro environment shakes out. Is there anything more about the Fed offering that Japanese bank a backstop? Well, not so much a backstop, but protection in the event of failure. And it's historically not unprecedented. It's just a little odd for a Japanese bank. Usually their exposure is more conservative. Jesus? My personal thoughts, I think the hard landing is the most likely of the two. One thing to note is that as far as FL goes, is the amount of short-term bonds that are on the cusp of maturity as a result of the high-yield COVID debt offerings. It remains to be seen how the supporting firms will run the tertiary BWICs market ahead of short-term maturity. I think we have to see forced issuance at a higher rate across certain sectors. Consumer credit, we're all doing is shunting the risk, which we have a history of doing, frankly. The difference is at this point is this is a global market trend, not exclusive to the US. So I think there's far less wiggle room around the high yields, unfortunately. Yeah, I kind of agree. And I think pushing down the rate on the short term maturity is gonna cause liquidity to move out of the system far faster. So I think that's like I agree that the hard landing is the more likely scenario, and I think that's what the Fed is pushing for. But I could also see like risk in the banking sector forcing the Fed to cut sooner rather than later and exposing that risk, right? Explain credit. Someone gives you money now and you give them more back later. But pretend I know what I'm talking about. Okay. Yeah, same thing. What risk? Banks are strong and resilient. Yeah, I don't think that's true. I think banks are stable. But I think if they're I think if their route to continued increases in net interest income is cut off, they become very unstable very quickly. I'm also pretty convinced that there's a terminal rate there at which banks fail in mass. like a critical margin, if you will. Fucking back to delta neutral. This is gonna be the worst. This isn't even call buying or bulls. This is just like slow profit taking on the put side and repositioning. Almost. It depends on how much profit taking there is. Up 700 today. Unless there's a really clear target, they're going to push for end of day. I think I'm not going to do an end of day butterfly. Yeah, that would be pretty... Unless we're trading at delta neutral, I would say that an end of day butterfly would be pretty risky. Just because positioning is still weighted towards the upside of delta neutral, right? Like the majority of puts are still in the money at 15.20 versus at versus being like at the money. So I think that there's a higher chance of closing to the upside of delta neutral than to the downside of it. But I do think that we could still see like a rapid move to the downside if it were to be leveraged enough. And that we'll have to see here if this breaks down or not. Used to be a firefighter. We had a call at a local park. Showed up and there was about 15 cops surrounding a porta potty. We asked what's up. They said, go look. We did open the door. My lieutenant got hit in the face with a blue turd. Local schizo stopped using his meds. Well, at least he took the time to soak the turd long enough for it to be blue. Or did he just grab an old one? The reality is the overhead on the derivative space is fucking massive with comparatively no assets to cover the risk, even among the highest level, as we saw with Credit Suisse. I don't think the macro side of things can risk a soft landing, to be honest. Rip the bandage and force a strong recession, hoping that we're able to make it out the other side with limited scarring. Yeah, that's what I think. I think we get a low, like maybe like hard landing into low 2025 but extended recession. I think like the soft landing, we get the hard drop, right? Like the hard correction. But we bounce out of it, but then we run into a recession in like 24, 25 and a steep one. So I think 24, 25 we get like negative 2% GDP across 3 to 4 quarters. And I think with the hard landing, we get a drop, but not so bad. They're able to kind of stabilize across a period of like, I don't know, maybe not even negative growth. Like kind of like just I mean, obviously not positive at the 2% rate, but Maybe we could stay above. I think there's a possibility that we could stay above negative growth, and then maybe only like a couple quarters of it, right? But if we stay above negative growth, I would say that this would drag on for like 6 to 8 months before we start to see GDP kind of get back on its feet. But yeah, I agree. I think this is better, and I think it's better for like for wealth in the long term too, because you won't have that big fear panic moment where everybody loses tons of money. Let's say it's 6 to 8 months below trend growth. So like a lot of economic stagnation, but I think it's possible to keep, if we go for the hard landing, I think it's possible to keep the labor market pretty robust without, I mean, without spiking inflation too hard and without necessarily hitting a hard recession. I think as long as the Fed can keep the Fed funds rate relatively high, they can protect the banks from failure. And so I think that might be why they're encouraged to go that route, and I think that's why they're kind of dancing around the also Basel III too, right? Like there's no way banks meet those depository requirements in the event of a soft landing. Not in a million fucking years, right? Or Basel IV. Basel III's in can kick so much though. Yeah. It doesn't matter. I mean, there's still a timeline that the certain conditions of it need to be met by. Bull market in 2025. I moved my parents' 401k to bond MMF fund, waiting to BTFD. I mean, you're above the risk premium on the S&P, so I don't see anything wrong with being in like a money market fund or short-term treasuries in the near term, and duration when it's available. Basel III wasn't can kicked. They just split it out into phases and kicked those. Yeah, but they've been kicked enough, right? So in the scenario you describe, what does that mean for housing? I mean, it's a protracted period of higher interest rates. And you know, the carry trade is going to trim into the end of that, right? So like the carry trade in that scenario, the carry trade collapses much more slowly. So you know, higher mortgage rates between 6 to 8% as long as this continues. Maybe. Well, it's 6 to 10. As long as this continues, but then maybe a spike, like a period where they spike higher into like the 12-15% range. But I think this would be really short. And then, you know, and then we start to see interest rates soften out into like 2026. This is really speculative, but like maybe back towards like 6 to 4%. I have $10 burning a hole in my pocket. What do I buy? It's a good question. I don't know. I don't know if this is gonna fail. We have enough time, but it's getting to the point where I don't really want to bet on a large intraday move. Also, where we're trading is kind of gummed up. Like there's a very good chance that we close between 47.10 and 20, and the highest likelihood close there is between 47.12 and 15. So yeah, I'm not sure today's the right day to bet on like a large end of day move. The only thing I could see happening here is larger put repositioning into the last 15 minutes that drives us to a test of GN. Just because it's so close, right? And if puts reposition heavily at the 4700 level, we could drag down, and then there'd be an opportunity for like an end of day bounce, but that's pretty tight, honestly. May not come to fruition. We'll see. This is where I'm gonna make my decision on it. If we fail and drop back to the low here, then you know I'll stay in the downside put. I have 4720 puts right now too, so I'm looking at cutting those as well. What do you mean by duration when it's available? I mean like picking up 10, 20, 30 years when they're above 5%. I mean that's like I didn't position very well for the bounce out of November, right? Like I'm not gonna bullshit anybody. I bought calls, you know, I wasn't stupid about it. I definitely didn't get fucked like I did in June. But I wasn't like full port bullish, right? And you know, I was taking losses on puts for the first few days, which ultimately closed profitably, but at significantly less gains than I would have gotten otherwise. But I did make like 30% on 50% of my portfolio that was in bonds over the course of the year. So I'd been buying, you know, the 30, the 20, the 10 pretty heavily as they approached 5%. And you know, like the 20-year went up 25.5%, which beat the S&P returns. So I actually ended up doing better on those than I would have done if I'd gone long the index. And I was more willing to commit a larger part of my portfolio to treasuries than I ever would have been to indexes. So, I mean, from an allocation standpoint, that actually paid off far better than had I just taken a long, even a leverage long position on indexes. I started backing my 401k out of bonds yesterday. Was that too early or reasonable? I think it's pretty reasonable to see yields move up from where they're at now. I don't think I mean I don't know if you've timed the bottom, but you've probably come pretty close. The question is going to be really how high do yields move from here? Do we see them return to where they were in November? Do we see them move even higher? Do we see the Fed try to moderate that a little? We don't know yet. Is the no actually the carry so the carry trade supports the banks, right? This is the opposite side of the carry trade. I mean, yes, it will unwind over time, but I think the carry trade is needed to ensure stability in the banking system. I think if the carry trade collapses, banks will fail. I do not think that they have lent enough to bring their net interest income up to be equivalent to the drawdown in their deposits. It's always a good idea to base the success of your economy on the banking and economic policies of a small island nation. Well, they're the third largest economy in the world, and they're probably our closest ally politically and financially. They're, I mean, they're essentially just another part of the U.S., right? Without getting too deep into their own independence, but that's effectively what happened after World War II. Was we created a slightly better version of the U.S. And you know they also invented easing, right? That's well, there would have been a power vacuum in Japan had we just left it. So the U.S. stepped in heavily, both in political reform and societal reform and economic reform. And we did in Europe too. I mean, most of what Europe is today is, I mean, it's got a deep and storied history, but very heavily influenced by post World War II U.S. action and U.S. debt, right? This is starting to fail a little bit. So either support here or it dumps. Oh, support here. There it goes. Close my 20s. Yeah, even if this dumps now, I'm gonna get out of my puts here. I think this is the right spot. New Year, back to selling Theta and Theta accessories. Much love to the pickle jar. Happy New Year. You too, Ralph. Thanks, man. This is why collapsing HY short-term maturity bonds are such an immediate concern. Standard 4 to 5 year maturity cycle for billions of dollars in debt liquidity with market-driven asset classes. Yep. Have you seen the high, like the AAA BBBY spread over the last couple of days? It's amazing the psychological effect that the fucking New Year has had on the bond market, but I guess everyone needs to readjust now. You straddling end of day? Yeah, but I'm gonna wait like 5 more minutes before picking it up to see if we end up closer to 4,700. What if the Fed starts allowing its members to buy stocks again? Oh, I'm going full port, long everything. It's been baffling in a lot of ways, but it's also largely paying my bills, so yeah. Well, there's definitely gonna be a lot of needed debt issuance, and then we also have to consider the commercial real estate market, which I kind of tried to stay away from because the maturity cycle. It's well that could be kind of confusing, but that's gonna create some serious devaluations in CMBS and MBS. Well, at least CMBS, right? I should have kept it. Son of a bitch. Oh well. I got profits. I can't complain. Someone say CMBS? Ooh, yeah, it's all fucked. You would know. Were you featured in the Blackstone video? I still can't believe that thing was real. I thought it was a fucking joke. don't work for them anymore. I would have quit the day that video came out and bought puts. That was a monster volume candle on ES just now. Yeah, so that's kind of what I thought would happen, is that we might see a lot of put repositioning into 4,700, and that volume candle was exactly that. So, oh well. I mean, I wasn't gonna wait any longer to cut my puts. They were in the money, so. Once you start to get into like 350, 355, that's when you start getting like 20 basis point candles, and when you're sitting on a profitable position, it immediately gets destroyed. So yeah, I might have missed out on a few bucks, but worth it. They actually swallowed up like a third of our JV portfolio. Huh. I wonder what's going to happen when all this private equity that went float into fucking AI this year turns out to not be profitable. Because I think something I can really confidently say right now is that AI doesn't make money except for Nvidia. And I'm not actually sure it's going to make money for Nvidia. Costco broke 645. I know, I'm short it. Damn, are we going to close below GN? It's so bearish. Top's going up. I love it. How's JPY looking? It looks like they're leaning back into the carry trade, which is ironically what I expected. Let's see. USD JPY is it's at like 143. It's not going crazy or anything, but it's definitely up. Dollars up too. Dollars up 113 basis points today, despite the top end of the yield curve being down. But I don't think that's gonna last. UBS released an article this morning saying AI would be a $480 billion industry by 2027. Cool. It'll have $480 billion invested in it, or it already does. Wait, that's bearish, right? Isn't there like $2 trillion riding on... Aren't there already like $2 trillion in investment into AI? But it's only going to be worth 480 billion by 2027. That'd be awkward. Did Upstart just pass the magic number? Hold on. Maybe? No, not quite. It's 34.21, I believe. See, that's the kind of candle that I was worried about. $480 billion is accurate, but by that time, hyperinflation has kicked in, and the average net worth of every American has ballooned to 500 billion. Dude, Nvidia's picked up like $1 trillion in market cap off AI alone. So has like Microsoft and Google. Well, not as much as Nvidia, but a lot, right? Thoughts going into the overnight? I think we're in a pretty stable range. I don't think we move a lot overnight. We got data in the morning and fairly important data, so about some 47. I think if we continue to see labor data come in strong or flat, just adds fuel to the bear case. About from 47.05, lotto tickets to the bottom up 400%. Nice. Holding till close. Fuck it. It'll probably close around delta neutral if this bounce persists. I'd be kind of surprised if we close here, actually, like at 47.05. That would imply that the put position that opened at 4,700 is far larger than I would have expected it to be. Netflix with a little bounce into close, but closing below gamma neutral, so probably a lot of profit taking into tomorrow from calls that survived today. Definitely a larger accumulation of sold calls above 75, which is good to trim down vol. And that encourages put buying because it makes them cheaper. Made 100% profit on the dip today. I still have one risky put for an overnight move. Thanks. You got it, man. Is the data in the room with us now? No, but it will be in the morning. What about Lebanon? Today was pretty fun. I mean, like there was some bullshit, but it wasn't too bad for, especially for like a day with minutes. At least we didn't trade flat in a $5 range until 2 o'clock, spike up and down, and then close at the same price we traded at all day. That's always my biggest fear. Expanding wedge broke down into the end of the day too, which is kind of interesting. Guess where I bought my put and call on the SPX. Oh fuck, my straddle. VIX 1393. I'll just strangle. Fuck it. Okay. 5-1 puts a call. No. I'm just 1-1. Strangle 4710, 4700. It's not my favorite, but yeah, 1-1. Greg says, oh fuck my straddle at 3:59. I say, oh fuck my straddle at 10 a.m. the next day after I exit both legs for a loss. We're not the same. How did you exit both legs of a straddle last night for a loss today? Did you open it here? Even then, like your put went $25 in the money. Like, yeah, I mean, maybe not great returns, but like 3 to 5%, right? If you close both. Oh, it's just okay. I get worried that people are really mismanaging those, and they don't seem that difficult. Ding ding, the day is done. All right, well that's over. What's that? Netflix. So Netflix, I know a lot of people want to ask about this. So Netflix kind of closed in the range where I'm still okay with accumulating additional short interest, but it did close below gamma neutral. And today's upside test saw a pretty significant amount of selling of covered calls at 480, or well, just calls. Let's say calls at 480 and 475. That helps trim down vol. It cheapens puts. And encourages more downside accumulation. So we could see another day in this range, but I think we might get a continuation tomorrow and start to move down further towards that psychological level at 4060, 40 to 4050, which is pretty important. I would say 46 is far more important, but this finding support in this range, we'll see. It could move very quickly. It may take some time. Tesla, I know everyone's going to ask about this one. Tesla closed the day at 238, which is the first level, ironically, at which I'm really actually comfortable shorting it. Continue breakdowns from here. You want to see a break of 233, then 220, to really open up the downside. But it's definitely a breakdown. The trend is broken. It retested and rejected, so I would say it's a confirmed breakdown. And we could start looking out even to this trend for a bottom. And this could potentially go much further down than simply like 220. 220 is like delta neutral, right? So if it breaks through resistance there, it could fall all the way down to there, like into the 180 range. So a lot of room on that. That's why I've been so cautious about waiting to enter it, is because I wanted to make sure that I got in at a point where I could get exposure to that whole downside range. QQQ down 100 basis points today. Still a significantly larger move than SPX. So we're seeing tech lead the way in these sell-offs. Except today, no breadth coming in to support the market like we saw yesterday. Now, while some of the bigger tech firms, Amazon, Google, I think notably, and Microsoft managed to hold up today, the rest still continued to sell off. And we may see that. We may see them kind of like fluctuate where, like Apple and Nvidia will have a strong day and then, Google and Amazon sell off. But I think ultimately, broadly across the Mag 7, we're seeing a fairly consistent rate of sell-off in all of them, even with the small recoveries that we saw today after yesterday's massive sell-off. And as long as breadth continues to fall away and not come in and support those flows, or any positive flows, I think we'll continue to see deleveraging. SPX closed just a bit below my downside target for the day, closing at 47.05 instead of at, delta neutral here on the monthly contract. I don't know if you guys can see that blue line here. This is DN SPXW. This is GN SPX, so this is the AM contract. Notably, these are usually far larger in value than the SPXW contracts, and SPXW tends to have its concentration of interest nearer the current expiry, right? So SPXW tends to be a little bit more front-weighted, and then SPX tends to be like the longer dated, larger positioning, bigger dealers and banks and stuff. So losing gamma neutral on the SPX chain is very significant, but losing delta neutral and closing below delta neutral on the SPXW chain definitely matters, especially in the short term. It's showing that the short term shift is immediately bearish, which means more gamma, and that means accelerated downside, right? But yeah, it's still roughly in line with our projections today, and interestingly, only like $1 off of my projection from Sunday. So everything's really going according to plan here. All three of us still well on track to see continued downside. Tomorrow we have ADP, Challenger, and unemployment data, so our continuing claims, all, and then we have services PMI. Services PMI is going to be far more important than manufacturing. If we start to see contraction in the services sector, which is largely responsible for all of the growth we saw through 2023, that's gonna really fuel the speculation on a recession into the middle or end of this year. So that could be very important. Keep an eye on that, especially without a lot of input from the Fed right now. That'll definitely scare people, and also with the yield curve so close to maybe uninverting. The other thing to pay attention to is going to be how the labor data looks in aggregate. Obviously, bulls and the soft landing narrative want to see labor weaken, but not substantially. So if labor weakens too much, it means the Fed over tightened, and that's going to cause panic. If labor is too strong, that means that the Fed doesn't need to cut rates. So there's really, like, the bulls really need kind of a tiny little Goldilocks zone where labor is a little weaker, but very much in line with the labor market we've seen over the last year. They're going to want to see that for the next 3 months, and so that's going to be a really difficult needle to thread, I think, and I think it's going to be more likely that we see some extreme of that. I think we're probably going to continue to see stronger labor data, and the Fed isn't going to immediately have a reason to cut rates. And I would then say less likely is that the Fed is over tightened. I don't think they have, but it's a possibility, and we would be looking towards unemployment, especially, and continuing claims for an indication that unemployment's going to surge up. Obviously, a surge in unemployment is going to come with a collapse in revenue potential and consumer demand. So, a very, very sensitive period, especially for the data. Anyway, my expectations for tomorrow are that we're going to see labor kind of moderate, maybe slightly stronger, and that services PMI has a chance of contraction. Otherwise, I think as long as we don't see too much contraction in services or any big surprises in the labor data, then we're likely to just continue following the trend, which is down. I think that's where positioning is taking us. This is, largely just a mean reversion right now, but those data points have the opportunity to accelerate that, and so that's really what we're looking to those for. Commodities up today, a little bit. Oil up pretty significantly today. 369 basis point increase on light crude futures. Dixie ran all day, got rejected at resistance. Pretty good chance that continues up, breaks through, and we see that pull that top end of the yield curve back up again. Only the yield curve really only falling back with the rejection on that upside range of Dixie. I think we could see Dixie move to like 105 over the next few months, and that'll definitely pull the yield curve up. Correlation on the 1 and 3 month turning around now. Right now, we're starting to see that vol flow out of equities. Equities are going down. Volatility on indexes is moving up pretty substantially. We have the VIX 3 month now at 1606, VIX cash at 1404 closing, with VIX futures at 14.7. This is actually moving to pretty quickly to a point where VIX cash maybe in backwardation with the contract in front on VIX. And we know what that means for VIX yield, right? That means VIX yield starts to move positive. Very bearish. Carry trade pretty much all the way up into the end of the day, and then down with the collapse in Dixie. I think this is going to continue to get leaned back into. I think banks need to lend a lot more. I don't think they're out of the woods yet. I expect that they're going to lean into this as hard as they can. And as soon as the risk is off the table of a rate cut, they'll lean into it even harder. So I think largely a big move here is waiting on FOMC and the BOJ decisions for January. I think if there's no indication of a rate cut in first half 2024 from either of them, then we're going to see them lean really hard into the carry trade. And that means tighter financial conditions. That means we're going to see that like yields up, VIX up, dollar up correlation that we saw prior back in August through October. Oil's probably going to be driven up by that, or at least oil will trade at a slightly higher level, like high 70s to low 80s. And then move. I don't think this is today's print, but we did see a big move in bond volatility yesterday. Today, I think it's a little bit more moderate or slightly down. Skews kind of reverting back now after we saw that big spike with all that vol shorting yesterday. We want to see skew continue to come down, and we want to see that 3-month correlation move up as the dispersion trade breaks down, right? And then lastly, this is moved to 2733, so a little bit of the vol shorting breaking down today, and a little bit more correlation picking up between the VIX forward contract and VIX cash, but still very, very, very short vol, and definitely a high risk, still far in excess of the period prior to Volmageddon, and even very close to the flash crash of 2010. So let's keep an eye on that, and just remember that Vega risk is huge on indexes right now, and with indexes trending down and vol trending up, that exposes that risk substantially. I think that's about it. Yeah, we can take a look at the heat map for today. Pretty much nothing performing very well. Berk B a little bit ahead of the pack, but the rest of the financial sector largely down. Microsoft and Google outperforming the rest of technology services, all of which were down substantially. Electronic technology took a massive hit pretty much across the board. A few leaders in health tech, and then oil. Oil did moderately okay today. I would say communications and utilities, where we're looking for those defensive positionings, didn't really lose much or gain much today. So probably not a lot of rotational movement. Transportation, health, process industries, commercial services, all down. Those are all consumer services, consumer non-durables, retail trade. Those are all kind of indicating a weaker consumer, and I think that's part of an assumption that the JOLTS data is softening, right? Which it did a little bit, but not substantially. So that's what we're looking like for today. Tomorrow we're gonna open right at gamma neutral, and we got data in the morning, so we'll see how it goes. But it looks like we could see a continuation of this downside. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Later, guys.